Hello, welcome back to the Phantom Diary channel. I'm sure there are many of you listening to my stories to fall asleep. Before we start, write in the comments what country you're listening from. So, let's go. I never believed in the old tales they told about the abandoned factory. It was a relic of the past, a place everyone in town seemed to avoid. Rumors of shadows, whispers, and things that went bump in the night had always seemed like just that. Rumors. But I was never one to fear the unknown, at least not until that night. I had always heard stories from my parents and older folks about the factory, how it had been shut down decades ago after a series of strange occurrences, machinery running on its own, lights flickering and whispers echoing through the empty halls. But no one I knew had actually dared to enter it until that night. It was a few weeks after the factory officially closed down for good, and curiosity got the better of me. A few friends and I decided to explore. The building was towering, windows shattered, rusted beams sagging. The front doors creaked as we pushed them open, the air inside heavy with the scent of decay. We stepped cautiously through the dimly lit corridors, flashlight beams cutting through the thick shadows. We wandered through empty hallways filled with old machinery, cracked concrete, and scattered bits of broken equipment. It was like walking through the echoes of the past. The deeper we went, the quieter everything became. I started feeling like we were being watched. My heart was racing, but I told myself it was just the echoes of our own footsteps. We stopped in what once must have been a break room. A long, faded table sat in the center, surrounded by chairs that looked like they hadn't been used in years. The silence in the room was oppressive. I could hear the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights above us, barely hanging on. That's when it started. The faint whispering. It was so soft at first, barely audible, like someone was talking just on the edge of hearing. I froze, trying to make sense of it, but the others didn't seem to notice. I shook my head, telling myself it was just the wind, the old building settling, but the whispers didn't fade. If anything, they grew louder, more distinct. I took a step toward the hallway, my friends still gathered around the table. The whispers were clearer now, and they sounded wrong. It was like they weren't coming from anywhere. The words were faint, but they seemed to be repeating the same thing over and over, like a distorted echo. Leave. 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 I tried to call out to my friends, but the words caught in my throat. My flashlight flickered, then died completely. Panic gripped me as I scrambled to replace the batteries, but my hands were trembling so badly I could barely manage. "Guys," I managed to whisper, my voice shaking. "We need to get out of here." I heard a low, raspy laugh behind me, cold and hollow. My blood ran cold. I turned around slowly, expecting to see one of my friends, but there was no one there. The whispers had stopped, but the air grew colder. I could feel a presence in the room now, something that wasn't human. I heard it then. The faint sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving toward me from the hall. They weren't my friends' footsteps. I couldn't move, couldn't think. The sound grew louder, closer, until I could feel the vibrations in the floor beneath me. I backed away, stepping carefully until I felt the wall press against my back. The whispers returned, louder this time, accompanied by the sound of dragging footsteps. "Leave. Leave. Leave," they seemed to chant, their distorted voices weaving into the air. I wanted to scream, but my throat was dry. Suddenly, the lights went out entirely, plunging the room into total darkness. My friends' voices echoed faintly, calling out for me from deeper in the building, but I couldn't find them. I fumbled with my phone, but it was dead. The only sound now was the relentless whispering, growing louder, more urgent. I held my breath, waiting for something to emerge from the shadows, but nothing ever did. Somehow, I found my way out, back through the winding halls, past the echoes of those whispers. My friends never believed me when I told them. To this day, they think I imagined it, that it was just some old factory with nothing more than dust and creaking metal. But I know what I heard. and sometimes even now, I can still hear the whispers, just faint enough to make my skin crawl. It was a quiet evening when I decided to take my dog, Max, for a walk through the park. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. The park was usually bustling with families and joggers during the day, but by nightfall it became eerily deserted. Tonight, though, something felt different. Off. Max pulled gently at the leash as we wandered deeper into the park, his sharp eyes scanning the darkened trees. I wasn't worried at first, having walked these paths countless times, but tonight the usual calm was replaced by a creeping unease. We passed by the old playground, its swings creaking gently in the breeze. The air felt colder than usual, and I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter. That's when I heard it, a faint rustling in the distance like something moving through the underbrush. I stopped, listening. Max froze too, ears perked. "Come on, boy," I murmured, trying to shake off the strange sensation that prickled my skin. We continued walking, but the feeling didn't fade. Every step I took, the sense of being watched grew stronger. It was as though the trees themselves were closing in around us, watching in silence. I glanced back once, expecting to see someone, anyone, but the path behind me was empty. Still, the feeling of being followed remained. As we neared the center of the park, I spotted something strange, a flickering light in the distance. It looked like someone holding a lantern, but there was no sign of a person. My heart quickened. Max growled low in his throat, ears flat against his head. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe someone had lost a flashlight or a phone, nothing to be afraid of. Yet, as we approached the source of the light, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The glow flickered erratically like it was struggling to stay on. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the light went out. I froze, clutching Max's leash tightly. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of crickets. "Hello?" My voice broke the silence. I wasn't sure why I spoke. There was no one to answer. Max started pulling harder on the leash, his hackles raised. I could feel his fear radiating through the grip of my hand. I turned around, scanning the shadows beyond the trees, but they were still empty. Suddenly, the air felt heavier, like something was pressing against my chest. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. The forest, which usually comforted me with its stillness, now seemed alive, watching, waiting. Then, from behind me, came a voice. Soft, quiet, but not human. "Stop!" I spun around, heart racing. Max barked furiously, his growl turning into a frantic, terrified yelp. I couldn't see anyone, but the voice had come from the direction of the woods, clear and chilling. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. No answer. Max was pulling at the leash, nearly dragging me now. His ears were pinned flat, and he was growling louder, more desperately. I glanced around, but the park remained as silent and empty as ever. "Let's go, Max," I said, though my legs felt heavy as I turned to leave. The hairs on my neck stood on end. I could feel something, or someone, following us now, always just out of sight. The walk back was one of the longest of my life. Every step felt like I was walking through a nightmare. Max's barks echoed through the trees, but the presence that had followed us remained hidden. When we finally emerged from the park and the streetlights lit the world again, the feeling of being watched didn't fade. I glanced back, but there was nothing. No figure, no sound, just silence and the shadows retreating back into the trees. I didn't sleep that night, my mind haunted by the voice and the feeling of being followed. To this day, I wonder what it was, if it was real or something my mind conjured. All I know is, some nights, even under the safety of streetlights, I still feel the weight of those unseen eyes on me. I still can't forget that night in the abandoned subway station. It was supposed to be a routine trip home after a long day, but everything felt off from the moment I stepped onto the platform. I had just missed the last train, so I found myself alone in the dim light of the old station. The air was thick with dust, the kind of silence that feels almost oppressive. There wasn't a soul in sight, and even the usual sounds of distant trains were absent. The station had a strange, heavy atmosphere, as though the city itself had forgotten about it. I sat down on the platform bench, my phone dimming as I glanced at it. No signal. I sighed, slipping it back into my pocket. That's when I noticed the flickering lights. The fluorescent bulbs hummed and flickered, casting distorted shadows that danced across the tiles. The whole place felt like it was slipping into another dimension. Time passed, or at least it felt like it did. The stillness stretched on and the silence grew deeper. Then I heard something, a soft, dragging noise echoing from somewhere deeper into the station. It was slow, uneven, like someone was shuffling along the tiles. I froze, straining my ears. The sound grew louder, closer. I should have left, but something kept me there, my fear rooted in place. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. Then I saw it, a figure. It was tall, gaunt, and moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. Its face was obscured by a shadow, but I could see the unsettling way it tilted its head as if listening. The closer it came, the more I realized its footsteps didn't match any human pattern. They were uneven, like someone dragging something heavy behind them. I wanted to scream, but my throat was locked in place. I couldn't look away as the figure got closer. It wasn't until it was right in front of me that I saw it, a faint, hollow glow where its eyes should have been. The smell hit me first, something rotten and metallic. The silence broke into a low, distorted whisper, like the sound of something ancient and wrong. "Leave," it rasped, its voice sounding almost mechanical. "Not supposed to be here." In that moment, every instinct in my body screamed to run, but when I turned to flee, my legs buckled beneath me. The creature was gone, vanished like a memory. The subway station was still and empty once more, the lights flickering as though nothing had ever happened. I got up and made my way to the edge of the platform, my heart thudding in my chest. I didn't look back, and I didn't stop until I reached the safety of my home. Even now, I wonder what I saw that night, and whether it's still waiting for someone else to stumble into the darkness. I'll never forget that summer afternoon when I went for a hike. I wasn't a hiker, far from it. I was out of shape, but the trails near the mountains had always called to me. The air was warm, the sun was bright, and the forest stretched endlessly in every direction. I decided to take a trail that led deeper into the woods, away from the main paths and the familiar sounds of civilization. At first, everything seemed perfect. The birds chirped, the trees rustled gently in the breeze, and the only sounds were the crunch of leaves beneath my feet. I wasn't exactly sure where I was going, but I didn't care. It felt freeing to be away from the constant noise of phones, people, and the city. I walked for hours, letting my thoughts drift as I lost track of time. Then, the atmosphere shifted. It wasn't sudden, more like the gradual descent into something off. The birds stopped singing, and the forest became eerily silent. The air felt heavier, thicker. The light filtering through the trees seemed dimmer, almost unnatural. I noticed the shadows stretching longer than they should have, growing darker, more menacing. My stomach twisted. I stopped and looked around, unsure why I felt so uncomfortable. Everything seemed the same. Trees, rocks, the trail, but something wasn't right. My instinct screamed that I wasn't alone. Slowly, I turned in a circle, scanning the forest. There was no one, just the trees, endless and unchanging. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that I was just imagining things. But the longer I stood there, the more I felt eyes on me, watching. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. The trail curved ahead, leading deeper into the woods, but I didn't want to go any farther. I wanted to turn back. My breath grew ragged, and with each step the sense of being followed only grew stronger. Then I heard it. The faintest whisper, just on the edge of hearing. It sounded like my name, softly spoken, carried on the wind. I froze. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling. No response. The forest was still, except for the sound of my own breathing. My head was spinning, and my chest felt tight. I kept walking, but every instinct in me told me to turn around and leave. I glanced back once, and for a moment I could swear I saw something. Just a flash of movement, disappearing behind a tree. My pace quickened, and as I did, the whispers began again, louder this time. They surrounded me, coming from all directions. I couldn't make out the words, but the sound of them sent chills down my spine. Panic gripped me. I wasn't thinking straight anymore. I ran. The trail twisted and turned, but I couldn't see the end. The woods felt endless, and the deeper I went, the darker everything became. I could barely make out the path beneath my feet. Then I heard it again. A voice, closer this time, clearer, more distinct. "Turn back," it said, but it wasn't human. It was hollow, distorted, like the echo of something long dead. "Leave this place." I stumbled, crashing through the underbrush. I didn't care about the trail anymore. Nothing mattered except getting out. My mind was screaming for answers, but I knew there weren't any. Suddenly, I burst out of the trees into a clearing. My eyes widened. There, in front of me, stood a figure. Tall, impossibly thin, with skin that seemed to ripple like smoke. Its eyes were black, hollow, and empty. It didn't move, just stood there, watching me with a cold, unsettling stare. I stopped, paralyzed by fear. My breath hitched and my legs felt like they would give out. But something inside me told me to run. I had to get away. I turned and sprinted back the way I came, but the forest seemed endless. Every shadow felt alive, every noise a threat. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was behind me, something that had followed me from the moment I stepped off the trail. Hours later, I made it out. I don't remember much of the journey back, only that I kept running, not knowing if I'd ever escape. To this day, I don't know what that figure was or why it followed me. The forest isn't the same to me anymore. There's a quiet, lingering fear every time I step into the woods, a reminder of that day when I became lost in a world I couldn't explain. It started on a quiet summer evening. I was driving down the winding country road, away from the lights of the city and toward the small, rural town I called home. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, leaving a deep, orange glow behind the trees. I wasn't in a rush. The journey was peaceful. Nothing but open fields stretching out on either side of the road. My phone buzzed on the passenger seat, just a text from a friend reminding me to take the back route. "The usual traffic's a nightmare," they'd said. I smiled and checked the screen. Sure enough, there were no cars ahead, no one behind me. The road was empty. As I drove deeper into the countryside, I felt the weight of the quiet settle around me. The only sounds were the hum of the engine and the occasional chirp of distant crickets. I took a deep breath, letting the calmness wash over me. It was so different from the chaos of the city. It was peaceful. That's when I noticed something strange. A figure standing by the side of the road. At first, I thought it was just someone waiting for a ride, but as I got closer, I realized how still they were. The figure didn't move. No wave, no glance, just standing there, perfectly still, like a mannequin. I passed them without slowing down, my pulse quickening. I told myself they were probably just lost, maybe hitchhiking. But the image of that unmoving figure stuck with me. A few miles further, I came across another one, this time closer to the edge of a small, overgrown field. The figure stood just a few feet from the road, completely still, staring off into the distance. I passed by, this time slower, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror. There were more. By the time I reached the outskirts of town, I had counted 5. All of them standing still at the side of the road, staring into the darkness, unmoving. I was just about to dismiss the whole thing when a shiver ran down my spine. What if they weren't people? What if they weren't even real? I couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching me. Not just standing there waiting, but following. It wasn't until I was almost home that I realized something else. They hadn't moved. I made it back safe, but the silence of that night, the sight of those figures, still haunts me. I still drive that road sometimes, hoping to find some explanation, but I never do. The day had been perfect. We set out in the early afternoon to visit a small, desolate lake hidden deep in the hills. It wasn't a place anyone went often. Locals didn't talk about it much. My friends and I had stumbled upon it once before during a hike, and something about the isolation drew us back. The drive was long and winding, and by the time we arrived, the sun was just starting to dip behind the trees. The lake was peaceful, the water shimmering under the fading light. We were the only ones there, and it felt like our own private sanctuary. We unpacked our things, set up our chairs, and cracked open a few beers. The air was still and cool, but something felt off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. The silence wasn't natural. There was a kind of tension in the air that made the back of my neck prickle. I shrugged it off, assuming I was just imagining things. We spent a few hours lounging by the water, laughing, talking about nothing in particular. The stillness of the lake seemed to stretch endlessly in front of us, but with each passing hour, the quiet felt less like a serene escape and more like something was watching from beyond. It wasn't until the sun had fully set that things began to feel wrong. The faintest whisper of a breeze started stirring the surface of the water, creating ripples that seemed to echo far too loudly in the quiet. The shadows stretched longer, and we started to hear distant noises, something scraping, dragging, far in the woods. My friends didn't seem bothered, but I felt my stomach knot. I tried to dismiss the feeling as nerves from being so isolated, but something in the air felt wrong. Every so often I'd glance toward the tree line, expecting to see someone or something. But there was nothing. Just trees, silent and still. As the last bit of light faded, we all decided it was time to head back. The trip back was uneventful, and we didn't talk much. The tension between us palpable. It wasn't until we were far away from the lake that things got truly strange. That's when my phone buzzed. A text popped up. "I'm still there." I froze. My heart began to pound as I looked around the car. No one else had mentioned anything about sending a text. I quickly unlocked my phone to check who it was from. The message wasn't from any of my friends. It was a number I didn't recognize. "I'm still there," it read again. My breath hitched as I realized the sender wasn't just talking about the lake. They were still there. I looked out the window, my eyes scanning the dark fields and forests rushing past. But there was no one. No car following us. No signs of movement. Just the empty, winding road. My phone buzzed once more, and this time the message read, "I've been following you since the lake." I clenched the steering wheel tighter. My mind raced. I wanted to believe it was some kind of prank, but deep down, I knew that wasn't possible. My friends hadn't received any message like that. No one could have known we were at the lake. We pulled over at a small, desolate gas station on the edge of town. The place was eerily quiet, and the flickering neon sign seemed to reflect the same unsettling silence from earlier. I stepped out, trying to shake off the creeping paranoia, but the world outside felt off. As I filled the gas tank, I kept glancing back toward the car, waiting for something. Anything. A noise from behind made me whip around. Nothing. But I could swear someone was watching from the darkened edge of the forest. Their shadows stretched impossibly long under the gas station's weak lights. I hurried back to the car, my phone gripped tightly in my hand. As I slid into the driver's seat, my heart skipped a beat when the screen lit up again. "I'm still here." This time, the message came with a photo. One of the lake. But it wasn't the peaceful image we remembered. The water was dark, and in the distance, barely visible in the fading light, something moved. Something tall and unnatural. The last message followed. "I'll be with you, always." I never looked back as I drove. I couldn't. I've always been a creature of habit. Every Friday night, I'd grab my camera and head to the old train tracks that cut through the woods. It wasn't a destination anyone talked about. It was just a place, quiet and desolate, where I could sit and lose myself in the sounds of the passing trains. That night was no different. I parked my car at the edge of the tracks and made my way through the dense underbrush. The woods stretched on forever, the trees towering above, blocking out any sign of the outside world. I loved the solitude, the way everything seemed to pause out here. No phone signal, no noise, no interruptions, just me and the sound of the tracks stretching into the distance. I set my tripod up, adjusting the camera to capture the faint glow of the distant train lights. As I waited, I realized how dark it had become. The forest had swallowed all light, leaving only the cold glow of the moon casting shadows over the tracks. A slight breeze rustled the leaves, and the distant hum of a train echoed faintly in the distance. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a flicker of movement at the edge of the trees, a shape, slender and dark, blending into the shadows. I thought maybe it was an animal, but there was something unnatural about the way it moved. Smooth, almost fluid, yet completely wrong. I stared, my breath catching in my throat. Whatever it wasn't natural. The figure stepped closer, moving with that same eerie grace, never making a sound. I froze, my finger hovering over the camera. My heart pounded, every nerve on edge. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, but deep down, I knew better. As it drew nearer, I could make out more details. It wasn't fully human. The proportions were off. Too tall, too thin. Its limbs stretched unnaturally, bending in ways that no person could. But the most disturbing thing was its face. No eyes, no nose, just a blank, hollow void where a face should have been. I wanted to look away, to grab my camera and run, but something held me there, frozen in place. The figure stood just a few feet from me now, its inky, featureless face staring straight ahead. I could feel its gaze on me, even though it had no eyes. That's when I realized it wasn't looking at me. It was looking through me. Panic surged through me, but my legs refused to move. It tilted its head as if examining me. Then, without warning, it turned and vanished into the trees. The silence returned, broken only by the distant rumble of a train far off in the distance. I stumbled backward, my hands trembling as I reached for my camera. The lens trembled as I brought it up, but there was nothing to capture. No figure, no tracks, just the woods. I sat there for what felt like hours, unable to process what I had seen. The train came, its light sweeping through the trees, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I waited, and when it passed, I grabbed my tripod and camera, my mind spinning, unable to shake the feeling that something had been watching me. That something was still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting. I never went back. I've always loved the quiet of the night. There's something about the stillness that feels peaceful, calming. A few months ago, I took a spontaneous trip to an old abandoned lighthouse perched on the edge of the coast. It wasn't a typical tourist spot, more of a forgotten relic. The lighthouse had been decommissioned years ago, left to crumble under the weight of time and the sea breeze. My friends had backed out, calling the idea too weird, but I was drawn to the solitude. I set out around sunset, carrying only a flashlight and a small backpack with a few essentials. The hike to the lighthouse was long, winding along cliffs that dropped off into the endless ocean below. As I climbed higher, the world seemed to shrink, the noises of civilization fading away. The sun dipped below the horizon, leaving a trail of pink and orange across the sky. By the time I reached the lighthouse, night had fully taken hold. The structure was towering and silent, its paint chipped and its windows broken. I stood there for a while, taking it all in. It felt like stepping back in time, a place that had been abandoned long before I'd arrived. Inside the lighthouse was just as I imagined. cold and damp, with old wooden beams groaning under the weight of neglect. The air was thick with the smell of mildew. I climbed up the narrow spiral staircase to the top, each creak of the old wooden steps echoing in the empty tower. At the top, the view was breathtaking. The ocean stretched out in every direction, the moonlight casting a silver sheen over the waves. I settled in on the edge of the platform, staring out at the horizon, lost in thought. The silence was almost deafening. There was no wind, no crashing waves, just stillness. I was about to close my eyes when I heard it, a faint, distant cry. It was soft, almost like a whisper carried by the wind, but not quite. I froze. I strained my ears, trying to make sense of it. Another cry followed, closer this time. My heart started to race. It wasn't human, not exactly, but it felt close. The sound was strange, almost like a mix of a scream and a moan, drifting up from the base of the lighthouse. I climbed down the stairs slowly, every creak echoing louder than before. I kept my flashlight aimed down, scanning the shadows as I went. The sound seemed to be coming from below, beneath the lighthouse. It wasn't an animal, not the wind. It was something else entirely. When I reached the bottom, the cries had stopped. The air felt colder, more oppressive. I walked around the structure, flashlight cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there. The silence returned, almost suffocating. That's when I noticed something in the corner of my eye. Movement. A figure stood just at the edge of the cliff, barely visible in the dark. I squinted, but they didn't move. They were watching, unmoving, just standing there. My breath hitched as I pointed the flashlight toward them. For a moment, I thought it was a person, but there was something off. The figure wasn't human. The light only illuminated their outline, distorted and strange, as if they didn't belong in this world. Panic clawed at me. I turned and ran, my feet slipping on the loose gravel. I didn't stop until I reached the car, my chest heaving with each breath. When I glanced back at the lighthouse, it was silent. The figure was gone. I still don't know what I saw that night. All I know is, I never returned to the lighthouse. Some things are better left untouched, left to the silence and the darkness where they belong. I never believed in strange things happening at home. The old house I grew up in was familiar, full of memories and comforting noises. But that night, everything changed. It was a quiet evening. I was alone, lying in bed with the windows open, listening to the distant hum of the city far away. The house had an odd creak here and there, but nothing unusual. My parents were away for the weekend, and I enjoyed the peace and quiet. Around 2 a.m., I woke to something that didn't fit with the usual night sounds. There was a faint knocking coming from the living room. It wasn't loud or aggressive, just soft, steady knocks, one after the other, slow and deliberate. At first I thought maybe I was imagining things, but the sound was too clear, too precise. I slipped out of bed, heart pounding. The hallway felt colder than it should have, the shadows deeper than usual. As I approached the living room, the knocking stopped. My breath hitched as I glanced around the room. Nothing was out of place. The furniture was as I had left it, and the windows were shut tight. I stood there for a long moment, trying to convince myself it had been nothing. Then I heard it again, this time closer, sharper. Knocks, like someone tapping a finger against glass. I froze, stepping back into the hallway. I thought of waking up a neighbor, but the knocking didn't sound like it was coming from the front door. It was deeper, as if something was knocking from inside the walls. I hurried to the nearest window, peering out. The street was empty, silent. The only sounds were the faint hum of distant traffic and the echo of those knocks, still faint but growing louder. Panic set in. I tried calling my parents, but there was no signal. My phone was useless. I locked the front door and the back door, but the knocking didn't stop. It was as if whatever it was had moved inside the walls. As I stood there, my eyes fixed on the dark hallway, I noticed something strange. The knocking was synchronized with my heartbeat. Faster as mine raced, slower as I calmed. It was as if something was trying to match me, tracking me. Then came the whisper. A voice, barely audible, just beyond hearing. "Let me in." I spun around, but there was nothing. My pulse felt like it was going to explode. The whispers grew louder, almost pleading. The knocking had stopped, replaced by something even more chilling. Footsteps. Light, deliberate steps, echoing in the empty house. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The air felt thick, as though something had filled the space around me. I pressed myself against the wall, heart pounding. Finally, the whisper became clearer. "Let me in." The footsteps grew closer, slower, deliberate. I couldn't escape the feeling that whatever was making those sounds was right behind me. My hands trembled as I slowly turned around, expecting to find something, anything. But there was nothing. The house was still, only the faint hum of the fridge and the soft creak of the old floorboards. I don't know how long I stood there, too afraid to move, too terrified to speak. Whatever had been there, whatever was knocking, had vanished. When morning came, I checked every inch of the house. Nothing was out of place. There were no signs of anything unusual. I still don't know what happened that night, but I do know one thing. Whatever it was, it hasn't returned. And I pray it never does. It was a hot summer evening, and I had decided to take a walk through the neighborhood. The sun had set hours ago, leaving behind a deep, velvety darkness that seemed to stretch forever. The streets were empty, save for the occasional flicker of a porch light, casting long shadows down the sidewalks. I lived in an old, quiet suburban neighborhood that had once been bustling, but now felt hollow and deserted. Most of the houses were dark, their windows blank and lifeless. As I walked, I noticed the silence. No chirping of crickets, no rustling leaves. It was unnaturally still. The only sounds were the faint echoes of my own footsteps against the cracked pavement. Halfway through my walk, I noticed something off about the house 2 doors down from mine. Its porch light was flickering, buzzing faintly, like it couldn't quite decide if it wanted to be on or off. The windows were dark, and there was a strange emptiness to the place, as if the house itself had been abandoned long ago. But the most unsettling part was the shape standing by the front door. A tall, thin figure cloaked in shadow. At first, I thought it was just the edge of a tree or a dark outline of the house. But then I saw it move. Slowly, deliberately. The figure didn't seem human. It wasn't walking like someone lost or wandering. It moved with purpose, as if it were waiting, watching for something. I stopped in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. I couldn't look away, even though every part of me wanted to turn and run. I wanted to shout, to call out, but something held me frozen in place. The figure tilted its head, staring in my direction. I could barely make out its outline, but there was something deeply unsettling about it. The way it stood so still, yet seemed entirely aware of my presence. Slowly, it began to move towards me, taking long, measured steps. My heart pounded in my chest. I wanted to scream, to flee, but my legs refused to move. I was trapped, rooted to the spot. The figure was almost close enough to make out its features when suddenly, without warning, it stopped. It stood there, facing me, just a few yards away. The silence stretched so thick I could hear my own heartbeat echoing in my ears. Then, without any discernible reason, the figure spoke. Its voice was low, almost mechanical, like it had been recorded and played back. "You should not be here." The words sent a shiver down my spine. I opened my mouth to respond, but no sound came out. I tried to take a step backward, but my body wouldn't move. The figure began to step closer again, and I could feel my panic rising. It tilted its head again, tilting toward me as if it was studying something. Then, almost too quietly to hear, it whispered, "You should have left already." Suddenly, everything snapped back into focus. My legs moved on their own, and I bolted down the street, adrenaline coursing through me. I didn't look back, not once, until I was safely back home, slamming the door behind me. That night, I couldn't sleep. The figure's words haunted me. I don't know what it was or what it wanted, but I know one thing for sure. Whatever it wasn't human, and I pray I never see it again. It was late October, the leaves crunching beneath my feet as I made my way down the quiet country road. I had decided to take a long walk that evening, needing some fresh air away from the dull hum of city life. The sun was setting, casting long dark shadows over the rolling hills, and the only sound was the gentle rustling of trees in the breeze. I'd grown up in this area, a small town surrounded by farmland and open spaces. The woods were always eerie at night, but tonight felt different. The air was colder, heavier. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. As I walked, I noticed how distant the usual sounds of animals had become. No crickets, no rustling of leaves, just silence. Even the wind had quieted. I reached the edge of the woods, the trees towering like silent sentinels on either side of the road. The sun had nearly set now, leaving only a dim orange glow on the horizon. It was too early to be this dark. That's when I saw it, standing between two trees, perfectly still, a figure watching me from the shadows. It was human-shaped, but there was something off about it. Its posture was wrong, unnatural. I stopped walking, my breath catching in my throat. I couldn't see its face clearly, but I could feel its gaze locked on me. I stood there, heart pounding, unsure if I should move or run. The figure didn't move, didn't blink. It was like something out of a nightmare, just a shadow in the fading light. My legs felt frozen as I tried to look away, but something held my gaze. Who's there? My voice trembled as I forced the words out. The silence stretched on, and then nothing. No response, no sound of breathing, no movement. I wanted to run. I turned back toward the road, but as I did, I saw another figure appear in the distance, emerging from the opposite side of the woods. This one was even closer than I thought possible. It didn't walk, it glided, silently, effortlessly. My stomach twisted as I realized it wasn't human. The shape was wrong, distorted, like something had stretched it out of proportion. My mind raced as I backed away, hands trembling, my heartbeat echoing in my ears. I didn't stop until I was nearly at the edge of the road. The two figures, now several feet apart, stood motionless, their black, empty eyes staring toward me. I realized, with a sick feeling in my stomach, that I hadn't heard any footsteps, just silence. And yet they were there, both of them, in the middle of nowhere, watching me. I turned and ran, my legs carrying me as fast as they could, the figures vanishing into the darkness behind me. I never looked back. To this day, I don't know what they were, but I know they weren't human. It started as an ordinary Sunday drive through the countryside. I'd packed a few snacks, some music, and planned to spend the day exploring the old back roads, places I hadn't visited in years. The sun was shining, casting long shadows across the fields as I drove along, lost in the quiet hum of the engine and the occasional chirping of birds. My destination was a small, forgotten town deep in the woods. It wasn't marked on any maps or GPS. It was one of those places that only showed up if you knew where to look. I had vague memories of visiting there as a kid, but everything had changed since then. The road wound tighter into the trees, and as I drove deeper, the world felt as if it was folding in around me. I was eager for the quiet, for a break from the city, but the stillness of the woods began to feel oppressive, almost too quiet. It was as though the trees were watching, the silence pressing down like a weight. Eventually, I reached the old town, or what was left of it. Time had all but erased it. The town was overgrown with vines, the wooden houses leaning in on themselves, abandoned and forgotten. There were no signs of life, no people, no vehicles, just a faint echo of the past. I parked my car near the edge of what was once Main Street and started walking. The ground beneath my feet was uneven, cracked, and covered in weeds. The air smelled damp and musty, like something had been left to rot. I passed the old general store, its windows broken and faded posters peeling away. I peeked inside and saw remnants of a life long gone, dusty shelves, faded signs, and the unmistakable scent of decay. Something about it made my skin crawl, but curiosity drove me forward. I wandered through the town, stumbling over old bricks and rusted metal, feeling as though I was stepping through a memory. Every sound seemed amplified in the quiet, my footsteps echoing off the crumbling walls, the creak of dry wood, the distant call of birds. It was peaceful, yet unsettling. As the sun began to set, I reached the outskirts of town. I sat on an old stone bench, trying to take in the view of the overgrown fields and the distant horizon. The quiet seemed to stretch forever, the woods pressing closer with each passing moment. That's when I heard it. A faint sound, barely audible at first. A whisper. It wasn't human, but something inhuman. I froze, my heart pounding. I strained my ears, listening, but the woods remained silent except for the rustling of leaves in the breeze. The whisper grew louder, as if it was circling around me, distant but persistent. I stood, my hands trembling, and turned in a slow circle, searching for the source. The woods were darkening, the last light of day vanishing behind the trees. Then, just beyond the edge of my vision, I saw it. Movement. A shadow, shifting among the trees. My breath caught in my throat. It didn't look human. It was tall, too tall, and its figure twisted unnaturally as if it didn't belong in the world. I wanted to run, but my legs refused to move. The whisper became a soft, eerie chant now, growing louder and more insistent. The figure moved closer, the shadow stretching and twisting as it approached. I could feel its presence, as if it were staring at me with hollow, empty eyes. It wasn't human, not in the way I knew. It was something older, something that had been waiting for a long, long time. Tears blurred my vision as I stumbled backward. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation, but nothing made sense. The figure was no longer a shape, but a dark void, surrounding me in silence and fear. Just when I thought I couldn't bear it anymore, the whisper faded. The figure stood still for a moment, then turned, vanishing into the woods as silently as it had come. I stood there, trembling, as the night fully set in. The woods were silent once again, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. That thing, whatever it was still out there, watching, waiting. I slowly made my way back to my car, heart still racing. As I drove away, I glanced back at the town once more, the memories of the whisper still echoing in my mind. I haven't gone back since. It was an ordinary Saturday when we decided to explore the old lake. It wasn't just any lake, it was surrounded by dense woods, hidden far from the main road. My friends and I had stumbled upon it years ago while hiking, but never spent much time there. Today, curiosity got the better of us. We packed a picnic and drove out, eager to spend the afternoon away from the usual noise of the city. The day was perfect at first. The sun was warm, the air was fresh, and the lake itself was calm and inviting. We set up our blankets near the shore, and for a few hours it felt like the world had stopped. We swam, took photos, and laughed under the canopy of trees. The forest around us seemed alive, buzzing with insects and birds. But there was something else, something that felt off. As the sun started to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the lake, we began to hear faint whispers. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then it came again, clearer this time, like voices carried from the depths of the woods. I turned to my friends, but none of them seemed to hear it. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. They shook their heads, focused on the lake. I stood up, looking toward the trees. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, and now I was certain I wasn't imagining it. They weren't words, just faint, distorted murmurs, like something from a dream, calling out from the forest. "We should go back," I said, my heart starting to race. The feeling of unease was creeping in, swallowing any sense of peace we had earlier. "No way," one of my friends laughed. "We've got another hour of daylight, we're fine." I hesitated, wanting to stay but feeling that nagging, primal instinct to get out. Still, we stayed a little longer, hoping the sounds would fade. But they didn't. It was like the forest was alive, its very trees whispering to each other. The murmurs were all around us now, growing louder, almost like they were speaking directly to us. One of my friends, Mark, turned white as he stared at the woods, his eyes wide and searching. "I swear I hear something," he said, his voice trembling. "It's not normal." I glanced at the others. None of them seemed to be reacting as strongly, but I could see the tension in their faces. The air had turned colder and the woods were shifting. Silent one moment, then alive with rustling leaves and distant sounds. The sun had disappeared behind the horizon, casting the area in shadows. Everything seemed to grow darker, more foreboding. Mark stood up, his voice barely audible. "We need to go. Now." The others agreed, though reluctantly. We quickly packed our things, keeping our eyes on the trees, half expecting something to emerge from them. The whispers grew louder as we walked toward the car, but no one spoke, too caught up in the creeping dread. When we reached the car, I turned back one last time, searching the forest for any sign of life. That's when I saw it, just a glimpse of something moving between the trees. It wasn't human, though. It was long and twisted, like a shadow, but with shape. It vanished in an instant, but I knew it had been watching us. My friends didn't see it, and I didn't say a word. I just got in the car, my hands trembling on the steering wheel. We drove away from the lake in silence, leaving the strange murmurs behind us. As we drove back toward the main road, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching us from the darkness. I've never been back to that lake, and I never planned to. Whatever was out there, it felt alive, watching, waiting. And I know now, some things are better left unexplored. I had always loved taking long drives. There was something peaceful about winding roads and open landscapes, a way to clear my head and escape from the chaos of everyday life. One evening, after a particularly long and stressful week, I decided to take a spontaneous trip out into the countryside. The sun was setting as I pulled onto a narrow, winding road surrounded by forests on either side. The world felt silent, distant, almost untouched by time. I had no destination in mind, just the freedom of the open road. As I drove deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to close in around me. The shadows grew darker, stretching long and menacing across the pavement. It was almost as if the forest itself was watching. I had the strange feeling that I was being pulled further into some unseen force. I passed a few old, crumbling signs for landmarks that no longer existed. The further I went, the less familiar everything became. The road twisted and turned, the forest thickening around me, swallowing any sense of direction or familiarity. That's when I saw her. At least, I think it was her. A figure standing motionless by the side of the road. She was wearing a long, flowing white dress, her dark hair hanging over her shoulders. Her eyes were hollow, empty, as she stared straight ahead, not moving. I slowed down as I approached, unable to look away. My heart pounded as I passed by her, but something felt off. I glanced back in my rear-view mirror. She wasn't there anymore. The road stretched endlessly ahead of me, empty and desolate. I shook my head, trying to brush off the lingering feeling of unease. Maybe I was imagining things, but something about that figure felt wrong. As I continued driving, I came to a sudden realization. I had no idea where I was. The road had changed. It wasn't just winding anymore. It felt like I was on a loop, repeating the same stretch of forest over and over. My panic grew as I pressed harder on the accelerator, hoping to break free from this endless cycle of trees. Then I noticed something strange. Lights. Not from my car, but from deep within the forest. Flickering, distant, like someone was trying to signal to me. I couldn't stop myself. I followed the faint glow deeper into the woods. The light grew brighter, and soon I could see a figure moving towards me. It wasn't the woman from before. This figure was taller, obscured by the thick shadows, but its eyes seemed to shine like dark pools. The closer I got, the harder it was to focus. The light was almost blinding now, but I couldn't bring myself to look away. The figure stepped into view, and I realized whatever this was wasn't human. Its face was distorted, twisted into something that wasn't quite alive. No features, no expression, just an abyss of darkness where its eyes should have been. It opened its mouth, but no sound came out, only the oppressive silence of the forest. Panic took over, but my body refused to move. I wanted to look away, to turn the car around and drive back, but my gaze was locked on the creature. And then, as suddenly as it appeared, the figure disappeared. The light faded, leaving me in the same endless darkness. I knew I couldn't stay. I spun my car around, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel. I drove as fast as I could, barely noticing the trees passing by, the landscape a blur of black and gray. Hours later, I found myself back on a familiar highway, far from the forest. My hands still trembled, and the weight of what I had seen pressed heavily on my chest. I tried to convince myself it was just a nightmare, a trick of the mind, but the feeling of being watched stayed with me. I've never gone back to that stretch of road, and I never will. Whatever it was, it's still out there, waiting. It was supposed to be a simple trip. A group of friends and I decided to spend the day at the lake, looking forward to some sun, swimming, and grilling burgers. We had rented a small cabin by the water, tucked away from the main shore, surrounded by tall trees. The plan was to relax and enjoy the quiet, but things quickly went south. We arrived early in the morning, and the place was exactly as we'd pictured: peaceful, remote, far from the noise of civilization. We set up camp near the lake, took out the boats, and spent the first half of the day swimming and joking around. The water was cool and refreshing, and we all felt content. Around midday, we decided to take a hike along the trail that followed the shoreline. The trees stretched high above us, casting long shadows over the dirt path. We walked for about an hour, laughing and pointing out strange-looking rocks or trees that had been twisted by the wind. It was nice, peaceful even. That's when it happened. We came across an old, weathered sign that pointed off the trail. "No trespassing," it read. We hesitated for a moment, unsure if we should follow it. Curiosity got the better of us, and one of us, the bravest, or perhaps the most reckless, led the way. The trail disappeared into thick undergrowth. The trees grew closer together, blocking out most of the sunlight. It was eerily quiet now, with only the faint rustling of leaves as the wind shifted. We walked for what felt like an eternity, the silence pressing down on us. Suddenly, we stopped. The trail ended abruptly in front of us, but it wasn't just a dead end. It was as if something had been cleared away, as though we weren't meant to go any further. The ground was packed hard, with claw marks etched into the earth as if something had been dragged through there. My stomach twisted at the sight. We turned back, uneasy now. As we retraced our steps, we realized the forest felt wrong. The air was thick, colder somehow, and the silence was oppressive. I could hear my friends breathing, each breath sharp and shallow. The usual sounds of birds and insects had vanished. When we made it back to the lake, the cabin was still in sight, but something had changed. The sunlight seemed dimmer, the air colder. It wasn't until we were nearly back that we noticed it. Someone had followed us. At first, I thought it was just one of our own shadows. But when I turned to glance behind us, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees, far away but clear enough to make out. It wasn't moving, just watching. We didn't speak. We just bolted toward the cabin, leaving the figure behind. Inside, we locked all the doors and windows, hearts racing. We tried to convince ourselves it was just someone from a neighboring cabin, maybe a hiker who had wandered off trail. But deep down, we knew better. The figure had been watching us, waiting. The rest of the day passed in a blur of silence and paranoia. We didn't sleep much that night. Every creak of the cabin made us jump. We knew whatever had followed us was still out there, waiting in the dark. By morning, the figure was gone. But the fear remained. Whatever had followed us wasn't human, or at least not anymore. It was a quiet evening when my friends and I decided to take a drive out to the old orchard at the edge of town. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows over the rolling hills, and the air was crisp. We had heard stories about the orchard, about how it had once been a thriving farm, but now lay abandoned, overgrown with wild grass and tangled vines. None of us really knew what to expect, but something about the place drew us there. Maybe it was the thrill of something forgotten, something lost to time. The old farmhouse at the center of the orchard stood there, half collapsed, its windows shattered and roof caved in. The wooden beams creaked softly in the wind, as if the house itself was moaning. We parked the car at the edge of the orchard and walked deeper into the field. The ground beneath our feet was uneven, covered in fallen apples and weeds. The air smelled earthy, and there was a faint sweetness from the ripened fruit still hanging from the trees. As we approached the farmhouse, the feeling of being watched set in. It wasn't the kind of eerie quiet you'd expect. No birds sang, no rustling of leaves. It was dead quiet. Too quiet. We made our way inside, the wooden floorboards groaning beneath us. The place was a mess. Old furniture scattered, walls splintered, and dust floating through the air like whispers. A sense of unease clung to the room, heavier with each passing second. It wasn't just the silence. It was as if something had been waiting in the shadows for us. One of my friends, Sarah, wandered into the next room. I followed behind, but stopped when I noticed something odd. In the corner of the room, there was a chair. No, 2 chairs. Both were facing each other, but they were old, cracked, as if they hadn't been touched in years. The legs were splintered, and dust coated the seats like a film. What disturbed me most was the way they seemed to be positioned, like they had been placed deliberately, waiting for something or someone. "Why are the chairs like that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," Sarah replied, frowning. "It's creepy." We both stood there, staring at the chairs, the silence pressing down harder. I had the sudden, irrational thought that someone, or something, might be sitting there, just out of sight. As we explored further, we came across the kitchen. The cabinets were open, broken plates and jars scattered on the floor. It was here that we found the most unsettling thing of all, a photograph. It was crumpled, lying on the countertop. A family of 4 stared back at us. The man and woman smiled weakly, while 2 children sat on either side of them. What caught our attention wasn't the photo itself, but the absence of their faces. The photo had been torn, their features missing as though someone had tried to erase them. All that remained were empty eyes, hollow and void of life. "What happened here?" Sarah whispered. Her voice trembled. "I don't know," I replied, my throat dry. As we turned to leave, I noticed something moving outside the shattered window. A figure, thin, tall, standing in the distance just beyond the trees. I couldn't make out any features, only the silhouette of someone or something watching us from the edge of the orchard. My heart pounded and I stepped back, whispering, "Do you see that?" Sarah followed my gaze, her eyes widening. I saw it too. The figure didn't move, just stood there, watching. Its presence felt ancient, as though it had been waiting for us to arrive. We need to get out of here," I said, grabbing her hand. As we hurried toward the car, I kept glancing back, half expecting to see something, anything, trailing behind us. But there was nothing. The figure remained distant, still unmoving. Once we reached the car and drove away, I stole one last glance in the rearview mirror. The orchard was behind us, the farmhouse a dark silhouette against the fading light, and still I felt that unseen gaze following us. To this day, I can't explain what we saw or didn't see, but I know one thing for sure. Whatever it was waiting, and it's still out there. It was late at night, and I was driving home from a family gathering. The roads were mostly empty, the only sound being the occasional hum of my tires on the asphalt. I wasn't particularly familiar with this route. My usual path was blocked off due to some road work, but it was the quickest detour I could take. As I drove deeper into the countryside, the landscape changed. The city lights faded behind me, leaving only dark fields and dense trees. The silence grew oppressive. I had this strange feeling that I wasn't supposed to be there, but I brushed it off, convincing myself I was imagining things. About 20 minutes into the detour, I passed a small, ancient-looking church. Its steeple pierced through the night sky, its silhouette standing stark against the dim moonlight. The church looked abandoned, with vines creeping up its sides, and the windows were shattered, filled with dirt and cobwebs. I shivered despite the warm breeze. As I drove by, my headlights briefly illuminated the graveyard surrounding the church. Tombstones leaned at odd angles, some half buried in the earth. The whole scene felt eerily still, like it wasn't part of this world. I tried to shake the unease that settled in my stomach and pressed on, telling myself it was just an old church. It was the next turn that unnerved me. The road curved sharply into a dense forest. The trees loomed high, their branches interlocking like dark claws above me. The air grew colder, and I could barely see more than a few feet ahead. My headlights barely cut through the fog that had begun to roll in. I slowed down, gripping the steering wheel tighter. The feeling that I was being watched grew stronger. I kept telling myself I was overthinking things, but my pulse quickened with each passing second. Then I heard it, faint but unmistakable. A low, hollow whispering. It was so quiet I almost thought I'd imagined it, but it repeated, clear as day. Follow. I froze. The whisper wasn't coming from inside the car. It seemed to be carried on the wind, drifting from the trees around me. My fingers went numb as I clutched the steering wheel tighter. I scanned the forest, searching for the source, but the trees were motionless, their shadows stretching endlessly. Follow. This time, it was closer. My breath caught in my throat. I wanted to drive away, but my foot wouldn't move. I didn't know if it was fear or something else keeping me there. Suddenly, my headlights flickered. The noise of the engine seemed to fade into the whispering. I could barely hear the tires on the road beneath me. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the trees, barely visible through the thick fog. Its outline was dark and impossibly tall. It didn't move, just stood there, watching me. I should have turned around then, should have left, but my body felt paralyzed. The whisper grew louder, more insistent. Follow. My hands trembled as I gripped the steering wheel tighter. Without thinking, I found myself inching the car forward, the figure still staring, unmoving. It was like it was beckoning me, luring me deeper into the unknown. I don't know how long I drove. The road twisted and turned, every mile feeling longer than the last. The whisper didn't stop, growing louder, as if I were being led deeper into the woods, into whatever nightmare lurked ahead. Finally, the whisper faded. The trees grew thinner. The fog cleared slightly, and I found myself driving onto a dirt path. Ahead of me was a clearing, bathed in moonlight. In the center stood the church, its shattered windows now gleaming with an otherworldly glow. My heart pounded as I realized the figure was gone. I hesitated, my hands still gripping the wheel, but something compelled me to stop. I didn't know why. My legs felt like they were moving on their own. I stepped out of the car, the ground beneath my feet cold and wet. I approached the church, the whisper now replaced by silence. My footsteps echoed in the stillness. When I reached the church, I stared at the cracked entrance, frozen with fear. But there was nothing. No figure, no whispers, no voices, just an old, abandoned church standing in the cold, dead night. And as I turned to leave, I realized the face I had seen in the cracked window wasn't mine. It wasn't anyone's. I was on a road trip with my friends, driving through an unfamiliar desert. The sun was beating down on the cracked pavement, and the silence of the empty highway stretched endlessly ahead. We had been driving for hours. No signs of civilization in sight, just mile after mile of barren desert landscape. We were all growing restless, desperate for some kind of break from the monotony. The only thing in view was the occasional stretch of cracked road in the distant horizon, where the desert seemed to blend into the sky. My friends and I decided to pull off onto a small dirt track we'd seen about a mile back. The track led to an old abandoned building. Once a gas station, now nothing but rubble and dust. The sun had bleached the place dry, leaving only broken windows and faded remnants of faded signage. It looked like it had been there for decades, forgotten by time. "We should check it out," Mark said, breaking the silence. We cautiously made our way through the debris, the crunch of our footsteps disturbing the quiet. The inside of the building was eerily quiet. The dust that coated everything made it feel like the place hadn't seen human presence in a lifetime. We explored the remains, poking through old cabinets and peeling wallpaper, but found nothing of any real value. That's when we noticed it. At first, we didn't know what it was. A faint metallic hum, like something electrical, coming from somewhere deeper inside the building. It wasn't loud, but it wasn't subtle either. We followed the sound down what was left of the hallway, the old wooden floor creaking beneath us. At the end of the hall, we found a door that was slightly ajar. Pushing it open, we saw a narrow staircase leading down into a dark basement. The hum grew louder as we descended, the air growing colder with each step. I could feel the tension rising in my chest, the kind that makes your skin crawl. The basement was a mess. Collapsed shelves, broken tools scattered across the floor. But the hum wasn't coming from any of that. It was coming from an old metal door at the far end of the room. The door was covered in rust with no visible handle. Mark walked toward it, his flashlight shaking slightly as he pointed it at the door. "What is this thing?" he muttered. I didn't know. None of us did. The hum grew almost unbearable as we got closer. My heart was pounding in my chest as I realized there was something on the other side. I reached out, placing my hand on the door. The noise stopped abruptly. The silence that followed felt suffocating. I turned to the others, but they were frozen, staring at me like I was the only one who could move. Then something changed. A faint scraping noise began. It came from behind the door, slow and deliberate, as if something on the other side was dragging itself closer. I couldn't look away. I didn't want to. "Guys," I whispered, my voice trembling. Mark's eyes were wide, his flashlight now trembling more violently. "Open the door," he managed to choke out. I hesitated. I didn't want to, but the scraping was getting louder, the sound of something, or someone, dragging itself across the floor behind the metal door. Without realizing what I was doing, I turned the knob. The door swung open. There was nothing, at least not anything we could see. The room beyond was empty, just more dust, darkness, and a strange, inexplicable silence. But as I stepped forward, I felt something cold, like fingers brushing against my back. It wasn't just a sensation. It was as if something was there, something that didn't belong. My friends weren't behind me anymore. I turned to call out to them, but they were gone. The basement was empty and the metal door was still open behind me. I couldn't explain what happened. I never could. I looked for them after that, searched the entire area, but there was no trace. No sign of my friends, no footprints, nothing. To this day, I wonder what we found in that desert. Whatever it was, I hope I never see it again. I'll never forget that summer evening. It was just a normal family trip, something we did every year, driving out to the old orchard just outside town. My parents, my siblings, and I. We had always gone there to pick fruit, sit beneath the trees, and enjoy the quiet, rural countryside. The orchard had been there for as long as I could remember. Rows of apple trees stretching out into the distance, their branches heavy with fruit. My family had visited so many times over the years that I hardly noticed the quiet, the rustling of leaves, or the way the sunlight filtered through the trees in that peaceful rhythm. That night felt different from the start. The sky was painted in soft shades of orange and pink, but it wasn't just the beauty of the setting sun that was off. It was the stillness. Even the air felt thick, like something was holding its breath. We parked the car under the massive oak near the entrance, the old wooden sign creaking as the wind blew through it. My parents were excited, chatting about how many baskets we would fill while my younger brother and sister ran ahead toward the trees. I lagged behind, lost in my own thoughts. It wasn't long before I noticed how eerily quiet the orchard was. No birds, no rustling leaves. It felt like the world had been muted, as if the usual sounds of nature had been snuffed out. I glanced around, but there was no breeze, no rustling, no movement of any kind. Even the ground beneath my feet seemed strangely still. As I followed my family deeper into the rows of trees, I started to feel a creeping sense of unease. My siblings' laughter faded away, replaced by a strange silence. I could hear their footsteps ahead of me, but the normal sounds of nature were gone. The air felt too still, almost too heavy. When I caught up with them, I noticed my brother and sister standing frozen, staring at something a few yards ahead. I followed their gaze and froze too. In the distance, there was a figure. It wasn't human, but something wrong. Tall and gaunt, its limbs moved unnaturally like they were too long, too stiff. Its head tilted sharply toward us, and I could feel my breath catch in my throat. It wasn't moving like a person. Its movements were jerky, mechanical, almost like it didn't understand how to walk properly. It took one slow step toward us, and I noticed it wasn't wearing any clothes. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and stretched tautly over its bones. I wanted to run, scream, do anything, but I was frozen. The figure didn't make any sound, just continued to advance slowly. My brother and sister didn't move, their eyes wide with fear. My parents were oblivious, still walking ahead, chatting like everything was normal. I finally found my voice. "Mom! Dad!" I shouted, my voice shaking. "Something's out here." They turned, faces puzzled. "What are you talking about?" my mom asked, but when they saw the figure, their smiles dropped. My dad's expression went blank, and my mom let out a small gasp. "Stay back," my dad said, his voice low and sharp. "Everyone, stay together." The figure took another step closer, its movements jerky and unnatural. It didn't seem hostile, just wrong, like it wasn't supposed to be there. We all took a step back, trying to back away from it. The creature stopped a few feet away, tilting its head in that disturbing, unnatural way. Its hollow eyes seemed to be searching for something, or someone. "We need to get out of here," my dad said urgently. His voice trembled as he turned to lead us back to the car. My mom grabbed my brother and sister, pulling them along as we hurried through the orchard. But as we ran, I couldn't shake the feeling that the figure was still watching us. I dared a glance back and saw it standing there, unmoving, as though rooted to the spot. When we made it to the car, my dad slammed the door shut, and we drove away as fast as we could. The figure never moved, never followed. It was just there, standing in the stillness of the orchard. I looked back through the rearview mirror one last time. It was still there, standing perfectly still, the sun finally disappearing behind the trees. Even now, I don't know what we saw that night, but whatever it wasn't human, and it wasn't supposed to be in that orchard. And sometimes I still feel like it's watching, waiting, just as still and silent as it was back then. It was the kind of day that felt too perfect to be real, the kind of day you only ever see in old photos or travel brochures. My friends and I decided to take a trip out to a secluded beach, tucked away from the usual tourist spots. We'd heard whispers of its beauty from a few locals, but no one really talked about what else might be there. We didn't care. We just wanted the peace and quiet. The drive there was uneventful, winding through winding, narrow roads that twisted through dense forests. The radio played softly, our conversations mellow, as we joked about what kind of adventures awaited us at the shore. It felt like we had the whole world to ourselves. We finally reached the beach in the late afternoon, the sun already low on the horizon. The sand stretched out in front of us, golden and untouched. The sound of the waves crashing on the shore was soothing. For the first time in a long time, we truly felt free. We spent the day swimming, building sandcastles, and exploring the tide pools. It was idyllic. But as the sun dipped further, casting long shadows across the sand, something started to feel off. The beach, once full of laughter and cheer, grew quiet. The air seemed to thicken, the usual comforting sounds of waves and birds fading into silence. It wasn't that we felt unwelcome, just uneasy, like something was watching. As the last light of the day faded, we gathered our things, feeling reluctant to leave the peaceful stretch of shore behind. I was about to suggest we head back when one of my friends, Laura, stopped dead in her tracks. "Wait, do you hear that?" she asked, her voice shaky. We all stopped and strained to listen. At first, it was just the sound of the ocean, but then I realized she wasn't talking about the waves. There was something else, a faint, rhythmic thudding, soft but insistent, like something hitting the ground just beyond the edge of the trees. "What is that?" I whispered, my stomach tightening. We couldn't see anything, just the dark silhouettes of trees looming beyond the beach. The sound grew louder, closer, and now I was sure I could hear another noise. Whispers. Low, unintelligible voices like they were murmuring right at the edge of hearing. "I think we should go," one of my other friends, Mike, said, his voice barely above a whisper. His face was pale, his eyes wide. "Maybe someone's camping out there," Laura suggested, but her words trembled as she spoke. The thudding noise stopped abruptly and the whispers fell silent. A sudden chill swept through the air. It felt like something had just moved, watching us from the darkness. "I think we should go now," I said, my voice firm. The fear in the air was impossible to ignore. We started walking quickly toward the car parked at the edge of the forest. My mind was racing. What could have made that noise? What had those whispers been? As we neared the edge of the woods, something caught my eye. A figure just beyond the tree line. It wasn't moving, just standing there, watching us. It was dark, featureless, but I could feel its gaze boring into me. I stopped, unable to look away. "Come on," Mike yelled from a few steps ahead. I blinked, shaking my head. The figure was gone. We piled into the car, driving quickly away from the beach. The silence inside was deafening, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. None of us spoke, each lost in our own thoughts. That feeling, the sensation of being watched, hadn't left any of us. It wasn't until we were back in town that Laura spoke up again, her voice breaking the silence. "I've never told anyone this, but when I was walking down the beach earlier, I saw something in the water," she said quietly. A face, floating beneath the surface. It wasn't human. We all fell silent. None of us had seen the face she mentioned, but somehow I wasn't surprised. What we heard, what we saw, whatever it was still there, watching from the shadows of the trees. To this day, I haven't returned to that beach. and I never will.
It was a late summer evening when we decided to take the old railway tracks that ran parallel to the edge of town. They were no longer in use, left to rust under the weight of time. The sun was setting, casting long, golden shadows across the tracks as we walked. The air was warm, tinged with the faint scent of wildflowers and dried grass. There were 5 of us, me, my 2 friends, and a couple from the neighboring town we had just met. We'd agreed to take the tracks all the way to the old bridge that had been abandoned for decades. The bridge was famous, or perhaps infamous, for its history. He was too far away, but I could see his posture, his head tilted oddly. "Alex!" I screamed, but my voice felt swallowed by the silence. The figure was closer now, much too close. Alex took another step, and then he vanished, just like that. One moment he was there, and then the air shifted, and he was gone. I could barely breathe. The others were running towards me, shouting my name, but I didn't care. I couldn't care. My mind was still locked on the spot where Alex had been. "Alex!" I screamed again, my throat raw, but there was no response, nothing. The figure, whatever it was gone, and so was Alex. The others were examining it, laughing at the words we couldn't quite make out, but I noticed something else. The tracks ahead looked wrong, too quiet, too still. It was the silence that struck me most. No birds, no distant sounds of life, just that oppressive stillness. As we approached the old bridge, we could see it stretched out ahead, suspended over the river. The wooden planks were rotting, creaking in the breeze. It had the kind of haunted feel that only time and neglect could bring. There were stories, whispers, of people vanishing near the bridge, of strange shapes moving in the shadows beneath. Standing at the edge, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Something about the air felt heavy, as if it were pressing down on us. My friends were still joking, but I felt that same distant sensation, the one that prickled my skin like I wasn't supposed to be there. We hesitated for a while, unsure whether to cross. My friend, Alex, laughed and started walking onto the bridge, saying he wanted to check it out. We didn't stop him, curiosity was too strong. But something about his figure standing there, silhouetted against the twilight, made my stomach turn. I stayed behind, watching from the shore, my eyes locked on him. The others were still further down the tracks, chatting and laughing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. That's when I saw it movement, just beyond the bridge. A figure. At first, I thought it was Alex, maybe playing some kind of prank. But as I squinted, the figure didn't seem right. It wasn't human. It wasn't a person. The shape was too tall, too thin. Its head didn't move like a normal person's, jerking unnaturally as if it didn't belong in this world. I called out to Alex, my voice trembling. He didn't answer. The figure remained, watching him. I yelled again, louder, but there was no response. I looked back at the others, who had finally started to notice my panic. One of them, Emma, looked at me with a frown. "Is everything okay?" she asked, but I couldn't speak. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the figure. It took a step forward, just one slow, deliberate step, and I watched in horror as Alex turned to face it, his back to me. He was too far away, but I could see his posture, his head tilted oddly. "Alex!" I screamed, but my voice felt swallowed by the silence. The figure was closer now, much too close. Alex took another step, and then he vanished, just like that. One moment he was there, and then the air shifted, and he was gone. I could barely breathe. The others were running towards me, shouting my name, but I didn't care. I couldn't care. My mind was still locked on the spot where Alex had been. "Alex!" I screamed again, my throat raw, but there was no response, nothing. The figure, whatever it was gone, and so was Alex. I've always been fascinated by old places. So, when I found out about the abandoned theater on the edge of town, I couldn't resist the urge to explore it. My friends weren't as keen on the idea, but curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to go alone. The theater was a relic of the past, built decades ago during a time when the town was booming. Now, it sat in near total darkness, the once grand marquee faded and cracked, half buried by overgrown weeds. The air felt thick as I approached, the weight of silence pressing down on my shoulders. The inside was just as eerie as I'd imagined. The faded red velvet seats were torn and tattered, scattered with years of dust. The stage, where once performers had entertained crowds, was now a hollow expanse of broken wood and scattered debris. I made my way cautiously to the middle of the floor, the old floorboards creaking underfoot with every step. The smell of decay lingered in the air, mixed with something else, something almost alive, breathing in the shadows. I pulled out my flashlight, the beam slicing through the darkness, illuminating bits of faded murals on the walls, ghosts of a time when the theater had been vibrant. The silence inside was deafening, broken only by the occasional creak of the wooden beams or the distant scurrying of what I hoped were just rodents. As I explored, I felt a strange sensation creep over me, an unease that wouldn't go away. It wasn't just the abandoned state of the place, there was something else in the air. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the longer I stayed, the stronger the feeling grew. I was near the front of the theater, near the stage, when I noticed something strange. A faint, flickering light appeared at the edge of my vision. I turned toward it, the flashlight beam catching the edges of an old, tarnished mirror that had been propped up against the wall. The reflection in the mirror wasn't right, blurred and distorted, like someone had smeared the glass with dirt. But in that smear, I thought I saw a face staring back at me. I blinked, but the face remained motionless, expressionless. My breath hitched, and I took a step back, but the face in the mirror followed my every move. I couldn't look away. My gaze locked onto the figure that wasn't quite human. It was pale, gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to drink in the dim light. Its mouth was cracked, a grin frozen in time. Panic surged through me as I stumbled away from the mirror, my heart pounding. I backed into a chair, knocking it over. The sound echoed through the empty theater, and suddenly, I felt as though some presence was watching me. I rushed toward the entrance, desperate to escape. But as I reached for the door handle, the flickering light appeared again. It was closer now, glowing softly in the darkness. My flashlight went out, leaving me in complete blackness. I fumbled with the switch, but no matter how many times I clicked, it refused to turn back on. The sound of footsteps echoed behind me, slow, deliberate, like they were dragging something heavy. The smell of decay lingered in the air, mixed with something else, something almost alive, breathing in the shadows. I pulled out my flashlight, the beam slicing through the darkness, illuminating bits of faded murals on the walls, ghosts of a time when the theater had been vibrant. The silence inside was deafening, broken only by the occasional creak of the wooden beams or the distant scurrying of what I hoped were just rodents. As I explored, I felt a strange sensation creep over me, an unease that wouldn't go away. It wasn't just the abandoned state of the place, there was something else in the air. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the longer I stayed, the stronger the feeling grew. I was near the front of the theater, near the stage, when I noticed something strange. The last thing I expected was to find myself stuck on the side of a remote highway in the middle of nowhere at 11 p.m., with my car sputtering and coughing its last breaths. I slammed my palms against the steering wheel, trying to stifle a curse. The darkness outside seemed to fold in on itself, thick and oppressive, with only the dull beam of my headlights cutting a path into it. I stepped out of the car, the chill in the air seeping through my clothes. The road stretched on for miles in either direction, bordered by dense, whispering trees. The only sign of civilization was a rusted sign, half hidden by creeping ivy, that read Riverton 10 miles. With a resigned sigh, I grabbed my phone and tried to call for help. No signal? Great. The road ahead seemed endless, so I decided to start walking, hoping to find a gas station, a house, anything. I made it about a mile before I heard it. A faint sound, like laughter, but not the kind that comes from joy. This was sharp, guttural, almost animalistic. I froze, my heart drumming in my chest. There was no one around. The woods were still, except for the subtle creak of branches overhead and the soft rustle of leaves. I told myself it was just an animal, a deer, or a raccoon, and pushed on. Then the laughter came again, louder this time, followed by a scraping sound. It was as if someone was dragging something heavy over the ground. I turned around, my eyes searching the dark, but there was nothing. The road was empty. The trees stood silent. I rubbed my arms to stave off the cold and continued walking. Faster now. The air seemed to change as I walked, becoming colder and sharper, like the knife edge of winter. It wasn't just the temperature, it was the feeling of something being wrong. The laughter stopped, replaced by the sound of footsteps following me, just at the edge of hearing. I glanced over my shoulder, but saw only shadows that seemed to shift and dart away. Then, without warning, something moved in the woods. A figure stepped out from between two trees, tall and thin, with limbs that bent in unnatural ways. Its face was pale, almost luminescent in the moonlight, with eyes so black they looked like holes drilled into its skull. The thing tilted its head, and then it spoke, lost. My legs locked up, and I stood frozen in place. I couldn't find my voice, couldn't tear my eyes away from that hollow, grinning face. It took a step forward, the uneven gait making the ground creak beneath it. I stumbled back, my mind screaming at me to run, but my body wouldn't listen. The figure took another step, and I finally snapped out of my paralysis, turning and bolting down the road as fast as I could. The sound of heavy footsteps pounding behind me, matched by that terrible, hollow laughter, drove me forward. The road blurred past, my vision cutting out between stumbles. I ran until my lungs felt like they would burst, until my legs were cramping and I couldn't tell if the thud behind me was my own heartbeat or something chasing me. The woods were still, except for the subtle creak of branches overhead and the soft rustle of leaves. I told myself it was just an animal, a deer, or a raccoon, and pushed on. Then the laughter came again, louder this time, followed by a scraping sound. It was as if someone was dragging something heavy over the ground. I turned around, my eyes searching the dark, but there was nothing. The road was empty. The trees stood silent. I rubbed my arms to stave off the cold and continued walking. Faster now. The air seemed to change as I walked, becoming colder and sharper, like the knife edge of winter. When we asked her what it was, she looked at us, eyes wet with unshed tears. "They come back every summer," she said. "They always do, looking for what they lost." I didn't understand what she meant until I looked at the old photograph in my hand, a picture of my grandparents, standing in front of the house with the same twisted figure hidden in the background. But it wasn't until later that I realized what it truly meant. As I glanced out the window that night, I saw a shadow moving across the field, creeping closer to the farmhouse with each passing moment that it was back. And it wasn't alone. We were eating dinner at the large wooden table in the kitchen when we heard the sound of someone stepping on the porch outside. My brother and I exchanged a glance. Neither of us had seen anyone in town all day, and our grandparents never had visitors. The sound stopped, replaced by silence. I glanced at the front door, the old doorknob gleaming in the low light. My grandmother, a small, wiry woman with sharp eyes, stood up, her hands trembling as she grabbed her cane. "Stay inside," she whispered, but her voice was barely audible. Before I could ask what was happening, she opened the door. The moonlight poured in, revealing an empty porch. But the silence that followed was not normal. It was suffocating, heavy, and thick. I felt it press against my chest as I watched my grandmother peer into the darkness. She stepped outside, and I noticed for the first time that the air had changed. It was no longer warm and pleasant, but cold and brittle. I felt my brother grab my arm as the sound of feet scraping on the floorboards above us reached our ears. The old house had an attic, one that was rarely used. We never went up there because the stairs creaked under even the lightest weight. But that night, the sound was unmistakable as shuffling, scraping, like something being dragged across the wooden plank. Stop, my brother whispered. There's someone in the attic. We started up the stairs, the sound of our feet muted by the thick, aged carpet. As we reached the top, a sudden slam echoed through the house, making us both freeze. The attic door was cracked open, just a sliver of dark space where light couldn't reach. We stood there for a moment that stretched for an eternity, the hair on my neck standing on end. I pushed the door open, and the smell hit me first. It was sharp and metallic, like blood mixed with old wood. The attic was dark, but the moonlight streaming through the single, broken window illuminated a figure huddled in the corner. It was a woman, or something that looked like one, her head twisted unnaturally to the side. Her eyes were wide and hollow, black as coal, and she didn't blink as she stared at us. I wanted to scream, but my throat closed up. My brother moved forward, and I saw his expression twist with horror as he got a closer look. The woman's mouth parted, and an inhuman, raspy voice whispered, "You shouldn't have come." Before we could react, she lunged at us, but she was nothing but a shadow, a smear of darkness that flared up and vanished as if it were never there. The attic was empty, save for the broken chair and the scattered, old photographs that had fallen from the wall. We ran down the stairs and found our grandmother in the kitchen, the door shut tight behind her. When we asked her what it was, she looked at us, eyes wet with unshed tears. "They come back every summer," she said. "They always do, looking for what they lost." I didn't understand what she meant until I looked at the old photograph in my hand, a picture of my grandparents, standing in front of the house with the same twisted figure hidden in the background. But it wasn't until later that I realized what it truly meant. As I glanced out the window that night, I saw a shadow moving across the field, creeping closer to the farmhouse with each passing moment. It was back, and it wasn't alone. And yet, I felt drawn to them, as though they were speaking directly to me. The whispers were no longer whispers. They had become a chorus of voices, chanting and echoing through the room. I could hear them clearly now, clear as if they were standing beside me. In that moment, I knew I wasn't alone. I slammed the book shut, my mind racing. The whispers faded, but the feeling of being watched didn't. I grabbed the nearest light and ran. Back to the store, back to the exit, not daring to look behind me. As I reached the front door, I heard it, the same tapping sound, closer than before. I didn't stop to turn around. I just ran, faster than I ever thought possible, until I burst out into the night, gasping for air. The bookstore was still behind me, standing in the silence of the empty street. And though I couldn't hear the whispers anymore, I knew they were there waiting, lurking in the shadows, always watching. I never went back, and I hope I never will. The windows were dust-coated, and the only sound was the occasional tick of the clock. That night, I arrived, greeted by the dull hum of the ceiling fan. The store was more of a maze than anything else, filled with narrow aisles and towering stacks of books. It was strangely peaceful, and for the first couple of hours, I enjoyed the quiet, keeping myself busy restocking shelves, straightening books, and tidying up. But as the hours passed, the atmosphere began to shift. It started with a faint whisper, just at the edge of my hearing. I froze, listening intently, but there was nothing there. I dismissed it as the creaking of the old building. My pulse quickened, and I gripped the counter, trying to calm myself. "It's nothing," I told myself, but the whispers didn't stop. They weren't just echoes, they were something else, something wrong. They weren't meant to be there. I checked my phone, trying to call for help, but there was no signal. Of course, there wouldn't be. I was miles away from civilization, with only the dark streets outside and the abandoned bookstore around me. Then, I heard a soft tapping, coming from deep within the store. It wasn't random. It was deliberate. I followed the sound, my footsteps echoing louder with each step. The whispers seemed to grow louder, circling me, as though they were drawing me in dot at the end of a dimly lit aisle. I found a small door tucked behind a shelf of old, dusty novels. My pulse quickened, and I gripped the counter, trying to calm myself. "It's nothing," I told myself, but the whispers didn't stop. They weren't just echoes, they were something else, something wrong. They weren't meant to be there. I checked my phone, trying to call for help, but there was no signal. Of course, there wouldn't be. I was miles away from civilization, with only the dark streets outside and the abandoned bookstore around me. Then, I heard a soft tapping, coming from deep within the store. It wasn't random. It was deliberate. I followed the sound, my footsteps echoing louder with each step. The whispers seemed to grow louder, circling me, as though they were drawing me in dot at the end of a dimly lit aisle. I found a small door tucked behind a shelf of old, dusty novels. I hesitated, heart thudding in my chest. My breath came quicker as I pushed the door open slowly. Inside, it was cold or freezing. In fact, the whispers filled the air, louder and clearer now. They weren't just whispers anymore. They were words. Words I couldn't make out, but they sounded like they were murmuring to me, calling me. I stepped further inside. The room was filled with books, hundreds, thousands of them, but they were unlike any I'd seen before. The spines were cracked, the pages yellowed with age, covered in symbols and strange, unreadable scripts. Some seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim light, as if they had their own pulse, their own life. One book caught my eye larger than the rest, almost glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. I reached for it, my fingers trembling, and opened it. The words inside weren't just text. They weren't words at all. They were something else, symbols, patterns, things I couldn't comprehend, and yet I felt drawn to them as though they were speaking directly to me. The whispers were no longer whispers. They had become a chorus of voices, chanting and echoing through the room. I could hear them clearly now, clear as if they were standing beside me. In that moment, I knew I wasn't alone. I slammed the book shut, my mind racing. The whispers faded, but the feeling of being watched didn't. I grabbed the nearest light and ran. Back to the store, back to the exit, not daring to look behind me. As I reached the front door, I heard it, the same tapping sound, closer than before. I didn't stop to turn around. I just ran, faster than I ever thought possible, until I burst out into the night, gasping for air. The bookstore was still behind me, standing in the silence of the empty street. And though I couldn't hear the whispers anymore, I knew they were there waiting, lurking in the shadows, always watching. I never went back, and I hope I never will. It started with a simple invitation, a weekend trip to the lake. A friend of mine had rented an old boathouse by the water, a place where families used to go decades ago before it fell into disrepair. The photos she sent showed a charming, rustic building with peeling paint and weathered wood, a quaint escape from our busy lives. I was hesitant, but the promise of clear skies and warm summer nights was too tempting to pass up. When we arrived, it was everything I expected, quiet and isolated. The boathouse was perched at the edge of a small, serene lake surrounded by pines. The water was dark and calm, with just the occasional ripple from a fish or a breeze. It was perfect. We spent the first day swimming, eating grilled food, and laughing until our sides hurt. As the sun set, we sat on the old dock, feet dangling in the cool water. The sky turned a deep orange, then purple, and the stars began to blink into existence above us. We shared stories and let the night embrace us. The trouble started as the moon crested over the trees. At first, I thought I was imagining it, a movement at the edge of the water, something slithering just below the surface. It looked like a shadow shifting beneath the lake, but it was too large to be just a fish. I pointed it out, but no one else saw it. They laughed, saying I was tired, seeing things, but the movement didn't stop. I watched, transfixed, as the shadow seemed to grow, twisting and pulsing beneath the surface. It was then that I noticed the sound, the soft, wet scraping of something brushing against the wooden posts of the dock, almost like a faint whisper. I stood up, heart pounding. "Do you hear that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The laughter stopped. We all listened, and that's when we heard it, a deep, low gurgle from under the water, followed by the sound of something heavy sliding across the boards. A chill settled into my bones. I backed up as the water near the edge of the dock rippled, and then something broke the surface. It was dark and slick, like oil, and it moved like a snake, but with long, skeletal limbs that reached out and curled toward us. We screamed and scrambled to the shore, my feet barely finding purchase on the slick rocks. One of my friends tripped, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought she'd be dragged back into the lake. But she caught herself, and we all stumbled up the path leading to the boathouse. We slammed the door shut, panting and wide-eyed. We didn't say anything for what felt like an eternity, only the sound of our ragged breathing filling the small room. I glanced out the cracked window and saw that the water was now perfectly still again, reflecting the moon like glass. We didn't sleep that night, huddled together and watching the water, expecting the creature to return. It was only as dawn approached that we dared to let out a collective breath. But when we looked out again, there was no sign of anything unusual. The lake was just a lake, calm, quiet, and innocent dot. It wasn't until we were packing to leave that I noticed something on the dock. The boathouse was perched at the edge of a small, serene lake surrounded by pines. The water was dark and calm, with just the occasional ripple from a fish or a breeze. It was perfect. We spent the first day swimming, eating grilled food, and laughing until our sides hurt. As the sun set, we sat on the old dock, feet dangling in the cool water. The sky turned a deep orange, then purple, and the stars began to blink into existence above us. We shared stories and let the night embrace us. The trouble started as the moon crested over the trees. At first, I thought I was imagining it, a movement at the edge of the water, something slithering just below the surface. It looked like a shadow shifting beneath the lake, but it was too large to be just a fish. I pointed it out, but no one else saw it. They laughed, saying I was tired, seeing things, but the movement didn't stop. I watched, transfixed, as the shadow seemed to grow, twisting and pulsing beneath the surface. The summer festival had been my favorite part of the year ever since I was a kid. It was a time of laughing crowds, bright lights, and sticky cotton candy. I had grown up in the town, and although I had moved away for a few years, I always made sure to return for the festival. This year, I was back with friends. We had just finished a round of rides when we decided to wander down to the edge of the festival grounds, where the old carnival games and food stalls ended, and the forest began. A wooden sign, painted in fading red letters, read, "Fortune's End. Step inside and see your future." The little shack was tucked between two tall oaks, with a lantern swinging above the door, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance. "You going in, or what?" my friend Alex said, nudging me with an elbow. He was grinning, his dark hair tousled from the wind. "I don't know. It looks weird," I replied, hesitating. The others urged me on, laughing and shoving me toward the door. I pushed it open, the small bell above tinkling as I entered. Inside, it was dark, the air smelling of old wood and incense. A woman sat behind a beaded curtain, her back to me. She turned slowly, revealing deep-set eyes and a smile that didn't reach them. "Welcome," she said, voice soft and melodic. "You've come for the truth." I hesitated but nodded. The beads behind her parted, and she beckoned me forward. I sat at the table, and she laid her gnarled hands over a deck of cards. "Your future is a path already chosen," she whispered, drawing a card and placing it face down. "But you may not like what it holds. her eyes locked onto mine. I felt a sudden chill run up my spine as she flipped the card. The image was of a lone figure, standing in the dark, face hidden beneath a black hood. "Darkness follows you," she said. "Be wary of the night." Before I could respond, a voice called out from behind me, double quotes, "Hey, are you done in there?" It was Alex, knocking on the door. I turned back to the woman, but the room was empty. The cards were gone, and the lamp had dimmed. "Yeah, let's go," I said, stepping out and shaking off the unsettling feeling. But the night had changed. It felt heavier, as if a storm was coming. The others were waiting near a hot dog stand. As I joined them, I noticed the crowd had thinned. The air was dense and silent except for the distant clinking of a carnival ride. We started walking back toward the main square, but something felt wrong. A figure caught my eye, a man in a long coat, standing at the edge of the woods. I froze, but he disappeared into the darkness before I could get a good look. "Did you see that?" I whispered. Alex turned, his smile fading. "See what?" "Never mind," I muttered, trying to shake it off. But I kept glancing back, expecting to see the man again, waiting just beyond the reach of the lights. We reached the square, but everything was different now. The laughter was muffled, the lights flickered as if struggling to stay on. The festival felt like a set from a play, a hollow imitation of its former self. That's when I heard a soft rustling, like the sound of 100 leaves being shuffled. "My friend Alex," said, nudging me with an elbow. He was grinning, his dark hair tousled from the wind. "I don't know. It looks weird," I replied, hesitating. The others urged me on, laughing and shoving me toward the door. I pushed it open, the small bell above tinkling as I entered. Inside, it was dark, the air smelling of old wood and incense. A woman sat behind a beaded curtain, her back to me. She turned slowly, revealing deep-set eyes and a smile that didn't reach them. "Welcome," she said, voice soft and melodic. "You've come for the truth." I hesitated but nodded. The beads behind her parted, and she beckoned me forward. I sat at the table, and she laid her gnarled hands over a deck of cards. "Your future is a path already chosen," she whispered, drawing a card and placing it face down. It was supposed to be a simple day trip. My friends and I wanted to escape the city for a while. So, we decided to visit the old, abandoned amusement park just outside town. It had been closed for years, and rumors said it was haunted, but we didn't care. We were young, reckless, and looking for adventure. The park was a shell of its former self, with rusted rides and peeling paint. The Ferris wheel loomed over the grounds, its empty gondolas swaying slightly in the breeze. The air was heavy with the scent of old metal and something sour, almost like mildew. As we walked through the cracked entrance, a shiver ran down my spine, but I brushed it off. We wandered from ride to ride, taking pictures and daring each other to step inside the old fun house. Its glass was shattered, and the floor creaked beneath our weight as we stepped inside. The lights were long dead, but we each carried a flashlight, beams dancing across warped mirrors that distorted our reflections. "Did you hear that?" my friend, Marcus, whispered, and I strained my ears. It was faint but unmistakable laughter, high-pitched and childlike, like the giggle of a young girl. "Must be the wind," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But the laughter came again, clearer this time, coming from deeper inside the fun house. I glanced at my friends. Sarah's face was pale, and Ben looked like he wanted to turn around and leave. "Let's just go," Ben muttered, eyes wide. But before anyone could move, the laughter grew louder, echoing through the halls of the funhouse, followed by a soft thumping sound, like small feet running across wood. Marcus took a shaky breath and pushed forward. "It's probably just an animal," he said, though his voice faltered. We ventured further into the maze of warped mirrors and dark corners. I felt the back of my neck prickle as we reached the center of the funhouse. That's when I saw it, a small figure, standing in the shadows at the end of the hallway. The flashlight flickered, casting jagged, flickering light. I blinked, trying to make sense of what I saw. It was a girl, maybe 8 or 9, with tangled hair and a dress that looked decades old. Her back was turned to us, but as we watched, she tilted her head to one side, as if she knew we were there. "Hey," Sarah called, voice quivering. "Are you okay?" The girl slowly turned, and my blood froze. Her eyes were black, empty pits that seemed to draw in all light, and her mouth stretched into a smile that was far too wide, revealing teeth that were too sharp. The air around us grew cold, and the flashlight went out. Marcus let out a strangled scream, and we all stumbled back, tripping over each other in a scramble to get out. The girl's laughter followed us, echoing and multiplying as if there were more of her. A chorus of voices overlapping and splitting in every direction. We ran, hearts pounding, pushing open the heavy doors of the funhouse. The laughter still rang in our ears as we sprinted across the park, not daring to look back. We didn't stop until we reached the safety of the main road, gasping for breath, tears streaming down our faces. When we looked back at the dark, silent amusement park, we saw the Ferris wheel. One of the gondolas was moving, slowly swinging back and forth, and then, from the top, a small face peeked out, eyes wide and empty, grinning down at us. We never went back. But to this day, I can't shake the feeling that sometimes, late at night, I hear the sound of a child's laughter, just beyond my window. It was supposed to be a simple day trip. My friends and I wanted to escape the relentless heat and the city's hum. We set out for a hike in the hills, a few hours away from town. The path was familiar to us, winding between ancient oaks and fields of wildflowers. We'd gone there many times before. This time, though, something felt off. By mid-afternoon, the sunlight was golden and warm. We were a group of 5, all laughing and joking as we made our way up a narrow trail that led to a small, abandoned lookout tower. When we reached the tower, we stopped for a break. One friend, Nora, climbed up and peered over the railing, her hair wild from the climb. "Hey, you guys need to see this," she called. We gathered around, squinting as she pointed to something in the distance. There was a clearing, bordered by dense trees. A small, gray house sat in the middle of it, something I'd never seen before. "Did you know there was a house out there?" I asked. Nobody had. We all turned to look at each other, the air suddenly cooler. "Let's check it out," Nora said, eyes sparkling with the thrill of the unknown. We hiked down the trail, stepping over roots and skirting patches of brambles. The house loomed ahead, looking more derelict with each step. Its paint was peeling, windows cracked and dark. It was as if time had swallowed it, leaving only a husk behind. We stood in front of the door, hesitant but curious. The wooden frame was warped, and the doorknob was rusted. With a push, it swung open, creaking like a giant's groan. Inside, the air was cold and damp. Dust lay thick on the wooden floor, and the furniture was covered in white sheets that made it look like a ghost home. As we explored, I felt an inexplicable sense of dread, like someone was watching us from the shadows. I looked at my friends, who were laughing and chattering, oblivious to the strange feeling in the air. Then I heard it. A faint tapping from above, like someone walking around in the attic. My skin prickled, and I glanced at Nora, who met my eyes and looked away quickly, pretending she hadn't heard it. "Probably just a raccoon," Sam said, shrugging, though he wasn't quite as carefree as he sounded. I didn't believe him, but I didn't want to be the one to ruin the moment. We made our way up the creaky staircase, the sound of our steps echoing through the empty house. The attic door stood ajar at the top, a dark slit of blackness. Nora hesitated but pushed it open. The air was sharp and carried the scent of mildew. Inside, the room was cluttered with old trunks and broken furniture, but that wasn't what made my blood run cold. There, in the far corner, was a rocking chair, moving back and forth as though it had just been disturbed. I stepped forward, the hairs on my neck standing on end. The chair stilled, and an icy chill rushed through the room. I turned to my friends to say something, but before I could, the sound of footsteps thumped behind me. We spun around, and my heart stopped. A figure stood at the bottom of the stairs. It was a woman, hair matted and dark, eyes hollow and wide. She didn't say a word, but her stare was enough. The silent scream of it etched into my mind. Nora grabbed my arm, yanking me back as the figure stepped forward, voice rasping like broken glass. "Leave, we didn't need to be told twice." We ran down the stairs, out of the house, and back into the woods. The air grew warmer as we fled, the cold behind us fading into the distance. When we reached the trailhead, panting and wild-eyed, we turned back. The house was gone, swallowed by the trees, as if it had never been there at all. The sun was setting, casting long shadows over the forest floor. That we never spoke of what happened that day, but every so often, when I find myself out on a hike, I swear I hear the faint sound of a rocking chair in the distance, moving back and forth in the dark. The street was dark, except for the occasional flicker of the street lamps that barely cut through the night. I had taken the long way home from my friend's house, down the quiet back roads that winded through patches of woods. The air felt heavy, and the silence outside my car was suffocating, as if the world were holding its breath. I was about halfway home when the car's headlights caught a figure standing at the edge of the road. I hit the brakes, the tires squealing in protest as I stopped just inches from what I now saw was a woman. She was wearing a long, flowing white dress that looked like it belonged to another era. Her hair was dark, tangled, and her face was turned away from me, looking down at the pavement. I rolled the window down, the cold air biting at my skin. "Are you okay?" I called out, my voice uncertain. The woman didn't move or respond. I squinted, trying to make out her face, but the shadows hid it. A chill ran through me, but I told myself I was being silly. Maybe she was lost, maybe in trouble. Just as I was about to call out again, she turned. The face that met my eyes was pale and cracked, like an old porcelain doll. Her eyes were black and hollow, and the corners of her mouth twisted into a grin that stretched too far. My heart clenched. Without thinking, I threw the car into reverse and sped away, glancing back in the rearview mirror. The woman was standing still, unmoving, watching as the distance grew between us. The last thing I saw was her head tilting to the side, an unsettling, broken motion. I didn't take the usual way home after that. I drove faster, glancing over my shoulder, ears straining for the sound of footsteps, or worse, the whisper of someone breathing behind me. The radio crackled, the only noise besides the sound of tires on pavement, and I twisted the dial, searching for something that would chase away the tightness in my chest. Suddenly, my headlights caught something else, another figure, this time in the middle of the road. It was a man, dressed in ragged clothes, his hair matted and eyes sunken. He raised a hand, motioning for me to stop. I didn't. I slammed my foot on the gas, my car roaring as it sped past him. In the rearview mirror, the man and the woman stood side by side, staring. A sharp, inhuman cry broke the night, and I couldn't help but shudder. The road ahead was dark, unlit except for the dim glow of the moon. I turned left at the next intersection, taking a path that led deeper into the woods. I knew it wasn't the right choice, but the thought of going back that way was worse. The trees pressed in on me, their branches clawing at the car as if trying to pull me out. I drove faster, ignoring the warning signs that read dead end. I didn't care. I had to get away. But as I rounded the bend, the road stopped abruptly, and the car skidded to a halt at the edge of a shallow, rocky ravine. I slammed my hands against the wheel, breathing fast, eyes darting around. In the darkness, I saw movement. 3 figures, no longer at the edge of the road but in the clearing behind me. Their faces were pale, eyes dark and hollow. The woman in white stepped forward, and a voice, soft and cold, whispered from the shadows, "Leave this place." I didn't hesitate. I threw the car into drive and sped forward, ignoring the gravel bit at the tires. The figures didn't follow. I didn't look back as the trees blurred past, but I knew they were watching, waiting, and whatever they were would always be there, hidden in the dark corners of the woods. The rest of the drive home was a blur. My mind screaming for me to stop thinking, stop looking over my shoulder. When I finally made it to my house, the first light of dawn was creeping over the horizon. I stumbled inside, locking the door behind me, and drew the curtains tight. The world outside was safe, or so I thought. The next morning, when I went to leave for work, I noticed the street was silent, as if it had never been touched by light or life. And when I looked out the window, I saw the woman in white standing across the road, staring at me, eyes hollow, mouth cracked in that twisted grin. I knew I'd never be the same again. The silence outside whispered that they were still there, waiting for the night. The summer evenings were always warm, but there was a strange bite in the air that night. I had been out for a late walk in the fields behind the old farmhouse. The path was familiar. I had grown up here, the creaking fence and the wildflowers like old friends. But tonight felt different. The crickets were silent, and the usual hum of nature seemed to be holding its breath. I reached the old well at the edge of the field, a spot I hadn't visited in years. The well was covered with a rusty grate, the metal bent and weathered. I paused, staring down into its dark mouth, half expecting to hear the splash of water or the distant drip of something unseen. Instead, I heard a low, rhythmic thumping. I stepped back, my heart pounding. It came from behind me, a sound like someone walking on dry leaves. I spun around, breath caught in my throat, but there was no one. Just the wind pushing the tall grass in ripples. I told myself I was being paranoid. But then I heard it again, soft steps, coming from the direction of the farmhouse. I took off running, faster than I had in years, past the fields and through the orchard. The branches of the apple trees clawed at my arms, and the air grew colder, the shadows deeper. I glanced back and saw nothing, but that thumping sound had followed me, close enough to make my pulse race. I reached the house, slamming the door behind me and bolting it shut. The old wood shuddered under the weight of my panic. My grandmother's clock ticked on the wall, its second hand moving with a deliberate slowness, mocking me. I forced myself to catch my breath, trying to convince myself it had just been an animal, maybe a raccoon or a stray dog. I was just about to turn on the radio to break the silence when I heard it. The thumping had stopped. Now there was a slow, dragging noise, as if something heavy was being pulled across the porch outside. I froze, listening. The sound came closer, pausing right at the front door. I glanced around the room, searching for something to defend myself with. My fingers found the edge of a heavy iron candlestick, and I gripped it tightly as the sound moved from the porch to the side of the house. I could hear breathing now, shallow and ragged, like something was trying to catch its breath. The silence returned, broken only by the beat of my heart and the ticking of the clock. I dared to look out the side window, the one that faced the barn, and I saw a shadow moving in the moonlight. It was too big to be a person. It was too unnatural. Suddenly, the barn door creaked open, and for a split second, I could see a dark figure standing there, its limbs too long and its head tilted at an impossible angle. The shape tilted its head up to look at me through the window, and even from a distance, I could see the smile stretched wide across its face, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too numerous. I stumbled back, the candlestick clattering to the floor. My grandmother's voice echoed in my head, "Never turn your back on the dark," but that was impossible now. The creature moved forward, and the air grew cold as frost started to creep along the window pane. A sudden crash from the front of the house made me spin around. The door splintered as something slammed into it, but the lock held. I could see the creature at the window now, its eyes locked on mine, black and wet like oil. It reached out, fingers stretching in impossible ways, scraping against the glass with a sound like nails on a chalkboard. The clock stopped, mid-tick. The room went dark, the silence deep and suffocating. Then, I heard the voice, soft and hollow, like it was coming from under the floorboards. "Let me in." I took a deep breath and bolted for the back door, grabbing my coat and running out into the night. The wind picked up, and the sound of the creature behind me was drowned out by a roar like 100 voices crying out at once. I didn't look back until I reached the road, my legs trembling and my chest burning. I glanced over my shoulder, but the house was empty, silent once more, and the field behind it was blanketed in shadows. I didn't stop running until I reached town, and even then, I never spoke of that night to anyone. I don't know what it was or where it came from, but I know one thing for sure: it was waiting for me, and it was only a matter of time before it came back. The late summer night was sticky with heat as I walked home from the corner store, a bottle of cheap soda in one hand and the other swinging at my side. It was just past 11 p.m., and the neighborhood was quieter than usual. The street lamps flickered like they were struggling to stay alive, casting pools of yellow light that barely reached the sidewalk. I had always loved this part of town. Old, sprawling trees lined the streets, their thick, gnarled branches creating a canopy of darkness. But tonight, that darkness felt alive, as if it had eyes that watched and waited. I turned down my street, the house's shadowy sentinels with shutters like watchful eyes. It was then that I heard a soft, rhythmic thumping that seemed to come from the direction of the old school building at the end of the block. The building had been closed for years, ever since the fire that charred its wooden walls and left the whole place an empty shell. They said it was haunted, though I dismissed those stories as kids' tales. But that thumping sound made me stop. It was a dull thud, like someone was tapping a wooden stick against the wall. I glanced at the school, its silhouette dark against the inky sky, and felt a chill crawl up my spine. My feet moved before I could think, carrying me across the street and toward the broken iron gate that led into the schoolyard. The thumping grew louder as I stepped inside. It echoed against the cracked concrete, a steady beat that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. I walked slowly, eyes darting to the windows that had long since been boarded up, every creak of the old boards under my feet sounding like a shout in the silence. As I reached the building's front steps, I noticed the air had shifted. It felt colder, like a breath of winter had blown through the cracked bricks. I hesitated. My breath caught in my throat, but then the thumping stopped, dead silence. My pulse quickened, and I took a step back. Then I heard a faint voice, whispering, and though it was soft, it cut through the stillness like a blade. Leave. I froze, eyes wide as I searched the shadows for movement. But the yard was empty. No hint of life. No sign of who or what had spoken. The voice was so close, yet there was no one there. A sudden, sharp crack split the air, and I spun around to see one of the wooden boards on a window shutter as if hit from the inside. The voice came again, now louder, clearer. Leave now. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over a loose piece of brick. The whispering was joined by the sound of feet, dragging in the dirt behind me. They moved slow, heavy, and the scrape of fabric on concrete made my skin prickle. I glanced over my shoulder, but there was nothing, no figure, no silhouette. I needed to get out of there, but my legs felt like lead. I turned and ran, sprinting down the street as fast as I could. The thumping resumed, pounding behind me like a drumbeat, growing louder and closer with every step. I dared not look back. I didn't stop until I was safely back on my porch, slamming the door behind me and locking it with shaking hands. The street was empty, the houses dark, but I could still hear the faint thumping, now muffled, like it was coming from somewhere deep in the distance. I was about to breathe a sigh of relief when the whisper came again, this time from inside my own house. Leave. I spun around, the bottle of soda slipping from my fingers and shattering on the floor. There, in the hallway, a shadow stood, taller than any man I'd ever seen, but with limbs that moved like they were made of thin, broken twigs. It tilted its head, and its eyes to deep, hollow pits locked with mine. The thumping started again, echoing from the empty rooms of the house. It was never the school. It had been following me all along. I'd never been to my grandparents' house during the winter. They lived on an old farm at the edge of nowhere, surrounded by thick woods that stretched out like dark, gnarled fingers. It was late December, and the snow had started falling as we pulled into the long gravel driveway. My parents had decided we should visit for Christmas, and while the air was festive, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The house was beautiful in its own way, with its peeling paint and creaking porch. Inside, it smelled like wood smoke and the faded scent of old books. We gathered around the fireplace, my grandparents smiling warmly as they passed out hot chocolate and cookies. I was still trying to shake off the strange feeling from the ride when my grandfather pointed out the window. "Look at that," he said, a hint of worrying in his voice. I turned and saw a figure standing just beyond the tree line. It was too far to make out details, but it looked like a person, hunched over, watching us. "Is someone out there?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. My parents exchanged glances, and my grandmother's eyes narrowed. "It's probably just the wind," she said, but the wind didn't move like that. It didn't stand still and stare. After dinner, my parents decided to turn in early, and my grandparents suggested I stay up with them for a while. I hesitated but agreed. We sat by the fire, the flames casting long, flickering shadows across the room. The snow had picked up outside, and I watched it swirl past the window in thick white sheets. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door, a sharp, loud sound that made me jump. My grandfather stood, his face shadowed but his eyes intense. He walked over and opened the door. The cold air rushing in, there was no one there. "Did you see that?" I whispered, my voice trembling. "Go to bed, son," my grandfather said, but there was a tremor in his voice I'd never heard before. I wanted to argue, but the look in his eyes silenced me. I nodded and went up to the room they had set up for me, shutting the door behind me. I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the moonlight filtering through the window, listening to the sound of the wind howling outside. But then I heard something else, a faint, rhythmic tapping, like fingers on glass. It came from the window. I sat up, eyes fixed on the snow-covered pane, and then I saw it. A hand, pale and thin, pressed against the glass from the other side, followed by another, and then a face distorted, hollow-eyed, with a mouth that split open in an eerie, wide grin. It was looking right at me, and even through the glass, I could see the hollow, black void where its eyes should have been. My heart pounded, my vision blurred with panic. I backed away from the window, but the tapping didn't stop. It moved around the room, slow and deliberate, as if circling me, searching for an entrance. I scrambled for my phone, but it was dead, the battery drained from the cold. I grabbed the quilt off the bed and wrapped it around me, holding my breath as the tapping moved away. I waited, listening for the sound to stop, for the night to return to silence. But then I heard a voice, faint and echoing, "Come outside." It wasn't my grandfather. It wasn't anyone I knew. It was a voice that made my skin prickle and my blood run cold. I pressed my back to the wall, trying to disappear into the shadows as the tapping grew louder, this time coming from the door. The door creaked open, and I glimpsed a shape in the moonlight, a figure with elongated limbs, eyes black as coal, and that impossibly wide, sinister grin. I don't remember running or how I ended up outside, barefoot in the snow. But when I looked back, the figure stood at the edge of the woods, watching. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it vanished, leaving nothing but the sound of the wind and the quiet crunch of snow underfoot. The next morning, I told my grandparents everything. They looked at each other, worrying in their eyes, and my grandfather said something I'll never forget. "That's not the first time it's been seen, but it won't come in unless you invite it." I never went back to that house again. But sometimes, when the snow falls and the night is still, I hear the faint tapping against my window, as if it's trying to get inside. The road to the old farmhouse was long and winding, a forgotten path that cut through fields of tall grass and gnarled oaks. I had never been out to the farm before, but my friend Aaron had convinced me to join him on this trip to visit his grandparents. They were out of town, and he thought it would be fun to spend the weekend there, exploring and getting away from the city that had started out as a joke between us, a way to break up the monotony of our usual weekend routine. But, as the sun sank below the horizon, the light slipping into dark shadows, an unease settled over me. The farmhouse stood on the edge of a field, its old wooden panels darkened with age. Windows that had once been bright and inviting now cracked and dusty. We explored the house in the fading light, peering into rooms filled with old, rusting tools and faded photographs of a family that felt like a ghostly memory. I touched a picture frame that showed a woman and a man with a young child, their smiles warm and familiar. But it was the eyes that made me stop. They looked familiar, almost like they were staring back at me. I quickly pulled my hand away, my heart hammering in my chest. Aaron laughed, his voice bouncing through the empty house. He was already upstairs, calling out for me to check out the attic. I hesitated, but curiosity won. I climbed up, the wooden steps creaking under my weight. The attic was dark, suffocating with the scent of old wood and dust. The air felt heavy, almost electric, as if someone else was up there with us. "Look at this," Aaron said, holding a dusty lantern aloft. The light flickered, casting long, jerky shadows that seemed to move on their own. I stepped closer and saw an old, moth-eaten trunk. He opened it, and inside were old clothes, some toys, and a small diary with pages that looked like they could crumble with a single touch. I reached out and flipped it open, not expecting anything more than gibberish. But the words leapt off the page, written in a scrawled, frantic hand. "They come when the lights go out." They were the faces of those who were here before. The air around me grew colder, and I heard Aaron let out a sharp breath behind me. The lantern flickered again, and I spun around, the light catching his face. His eyes were wide, and his mouth hung open, but it wasn't just surprise that I saw. It was fear. The wind picked up outside, rattling the old house as if it were trying to break in. A low thud sounded below us, and then a muffled voice, soft but urgent. I couldn't make out the words, but it was close, too close. My body tensed, and I felt a shiver race up my spine. "Aaron, we need to go," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. But when I looked at him, he wasn't looking at me. His eyes were fixed on something behind me, something that moved in the darkened corner of the attic. I turned, heart leaping into my throat. The shadow moved, a shape that was impossible and familiar at once. A face. It had the same features as the one in the picture downstairs, but it wasn't a photograph anymore. It was real, staring at me with wide, unblinking eyes, lips twisting into a grin. I stumbled back, and the lantern fell from Aaron's hands, landing with a crash that shattered the glass and sent sparks skittering across the wooden floor. The room erupted into darkness, but I could still feel it moving closer, slow and deliberate. "Run!" Aaron shouted. We bolted down the stairs, tripping over each other in our panic. The voice below grew louder, now unmistakable a child's voice, singing a lullaby I had never heard before, followed by the soft sound of feet pattering on the floor above. We reached the front door, wrenching it open and stumbling out into the night. The moon was a pale slice in the sky, illuminating the fields that stretched out in front of us. We didn't stop to look back as we ran across the grass, the song still echoing behind us, chased by the sound of footsteps and a voice that whispered my name. When we reached the road, I dared a glance over my shoulder. The farmhouse loomed behind us, its windows dark and lifeless, but I saw something in the window on the second floor. A child's face, pressed against the glass, eyes wide and hollow, watching us as we ran away. We didn't stop until we reached the nearest town, hearts pounding and breathless. I never told anyone what happened that night, and Aaron never spoke of it again. But I know what I saw, and I know we weren't alone in that house, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who heard the voice. Even now, when I close my eyes at night, I can still hear it. They come when the lights go out. It was the first day of summer, and I was looking forward to some downtime. My friends and I had planned to head out to the old amusement park on the outskirts of town. It had been closed for years, ever since the accident that left half the rides twisted and rusting. But rumors swirled about it being haunted. That only made it more exciting. The sun was just beginning to dip below the horizon as we approached the entrance, a battered iron gate that stood crooked and barely held together. We pushed it open, the hinges groaning in protest, and stepped inside. It was strange. The place was eerily silent. No creaks of metal, no whispers of the wine, just the silence of a forgotten place. We walked down the cracked pavement, passing the toppled Ferris wheel that loomed like a skeleton against the orange sky. The ticket booth, now shattered and covered in ivy, looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. I could almost picture the cheerful voices and laughter from years ago, now swallowed by the emptiness. "Let's check out the fun house," my friend Alex suggested, breaking the uneasy quiet. It was a tall building with peeling paint and broken mirrors that reflected more shadows than light. The entrance was flanked by two grinning clowns, their painted smiles chipped and faded. I felt a chill run down my spine as we stepped inside. The air smelled of damp and rust, and each creak of the wooden floorboards felt louder than it should. The hall twisted and turned in a dizzying labyrinth, walls covered with warped, cracked mirrors that distorted our reflections. Suddenly, I heard something. It was faint, but unmistakable, a soft, childlike giggle coming from the darkness. I froze and glanced at the others. Sam, the most skeptical of the group, gave a nervous chuckle. "Probably just the wind," he said, but there was a tremor in his voice. We pressed on, the giggles growing louder, almost as if they were following us. One of the mirrors cracked as Alex brushed past it, and the sudden noise made me jump. I spun around, my heart pounding, but the hall behind us was empty. "Let's get out of here," I said, but as we turned to leave, the entrance was gone. The hallway had shifted, leading us deeper into the maze. I could feel my pulse in my ears, a steady, thudding beat of panic. The laughter came again, and this time, it was louder. It echoed around us, reverberating off the mirrors and walls, until it became a chorus of voices that seemed to press in on us from all sides. "Stop this," Sam said, his voice shaking. He reached out to touch the nearest mirror, and I could have sworn I saw a hand reaching back through it. It was pale, small, and covered in smudged, red paint that looked like blood. Before we could react, a child's voice whispered from the other side of the hallway. "Play with me." The air grew colder. I could see our breath, pale and foggy, swirling around us as if we were outside in the dead of winter. I grabbed Alex's arm, my eyes wide with fear. The mirrors reflected not just our scared faces, but dozens of small figures, their wide, empty eyes staring back at us, mouths stretched into cruel smiles. "Run," I managed to say, and we bolted. The hallway seemed to twist and shift, our footsteps echoing as we scrambled for an exit that kept moving just out of reach. Behind us, the laughter grew, a cacophony that turned to shrieks, small hands reaching out from the walls as if the building itself was trying to swallow us whole. We burst into the open air, gasping and trembling. The amusement park was quiet again, the dark now pressing around us. I dared a glance over my shoulder, and for a moment, I swore I saw a small figure at the entrance of the fun house, standing still, watching. It was a child, pale and hollow-eyed, its smile far too wide. "Let's get out of here," I said, and we ran, not daring to look back. The next morning, the news reported an inexplicable blackout at the old amusement park. They found the front gate smashed and the fun house completely empty. But as I sat in my room later, that day, I noticed something in the reflection of my mirror, small, pale fingers pressing against the glass, and a voice that whispered, "You didn't play with me." The sun had barely set when we drove into the winding, narrow roads leading to the lake. My friends and I were headed out for an evening of fishing, a break from the city's noise and suffocating lights. The lake, bordered by tall trees and surrounded by nothing but silence, was the perfect escape. It felt like stepping back in time, to a place where people didn't exist except for us. We parked the old van by the shore, the gravel crunching beneath the tires, and got out to stretch. The smell of the lake hit me first, fresh, earthy, mixed with a hint of moss. It was peaceful, serene, almost too quiet. We set up our gear and started fishing, the water lapping gently against the dock. Conversation was light, punctuated by the occasional splash of a fish or a distant hoot of an owl. I leaned back, letting the breeze ruffle my hair, when I heard something else, a soft, rhythmic thumping coming from the woods behind us. I glanced at the others, but they seemed oblivious, engrossed in their own lines. "Anyone else hear that?" I asked, forcing a laugh to mask the tremor in my voice. "Probably just an animal," Mark replied, barely looking up. I wasn't so sure. The thumping grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't the kind of sound an animal would make. It was too regular, like footsteps or something dragging across the forest floor. I shifted in my seat, eyes darting toward the trees where the fading light couldn't reach. I heard a rustling and stiffened. A branch snapped, followed by a low, guttural sound. My friends, still unbothered, chatted about the fish they hoped to catch, but I couldn't focus. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I stayed rooted to the dock, staring into the darkness. The air grew colder, carrying a sharp, metallic scent that made me gag. That was when I saw a flash of movement, too fast for my eyes to catch. The thumping stopped. There was silence, a silence so complete it pressed against my ears. "Hey, you guys okay?" I asked, finally getting the courage to break the tension. "Fine," said Mia, casting her line again, but I saw her glance nervously at the forest behind us. I wasn't the only one who felt it. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the tree line, limping forward with an uneven gait. It was tall, too tall, with long arms that hung almost to the ground. Its skin was pale, mottled, with dark veins that seemed to pulse beneath the surface. Its face was gaunt, eyes hollow, mouth twisted into a grimace that looked more like a snarl. Before I could shout or run, it let out a sound that made the air crackle, a mix between a human scream and the screech of a bird. We scrambled to our feet, stumbling over our fishing gear as we tried to make sense of what we were seeing. "Run," Mark shouted, and we bolted, sprinting toward the van, the sound of uneven feet pounding behind us. We didn't look back. We didn't dare. I reached the van first, yanking open the door as Mia and Mark threw themselves in. The engine roared to life, and we peeled out, the headlights illuminating the woods in wild, frantic sweeps. The figure stood there, watching us, unmoving, but I could feel its eyes boring into me even as we drove away. We didn't stop until we were back in the city, the noise of traffic and the glow of streetlights making it feel like a different world. We didn't speak as we sat in the van, the quiet pressing down on us like a weight dot, and then came the knock at the window. We froze, heartbeats thundering. Outside, standing just beyond the safety of the glass, was the figure from the woods. Its face was now pressed against the window, mouth open as if to scream, but instead, it made that same guttural, bird-like noise. Mark couldn't take it. He jammed the car into gear, tires screeching as we pulled away. But when I looked in the rearview mirror, the figure was still there, watching us, its eyes wide and hollow, as if waiting for us to return. It never followed us home, but I swore I heard that same rhythmic thumping as I lay in bed that night, and I knew it was waiting for me, somewhere in the dark, waiting to come back. The summer I spent helping my uncle on his farm is one I'll never forget. He ran the place solo, the land stretching for miles under an ever-cloudy sky. I loved the open fields and the cool breeze that seemed to carry whispers through the tall corn. The farm was remote, with no neighbors for miles. I thought I knew every sound and shadow that came with it, but I was wrong. It started as a normal evening. The golden light dipped behind the hills as I finished up the chores, sweeping hay and feeding the goats. My uncle was already in the house, his shadow long across the barn floor as he called out for dinner. I turned to lock up the barn, the rusted hinges creaking like an old man's bones. That's when I heard a deep, guttural noise coming from the woods beyond the edge of the farm. I squinted through the twilight, trying to make sense of it. It wasn't the coyotes. Their howls were sharper, more playful. This was low, slow, like the rumble of a distant, dying engine. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just the wind in the trees. The next evening, I heard it again. This time, the noise was closer, resonating in my bones like a warning. I had just finished milking the cows when the rumble came, followed by a faint dragging sound. It was as if something heavy was being dragged through the underbrush. My pulse quickened, but I forced myself to stay calm. It was probably just some stray animal. My uncle, old and unyielding, noticed my hesitation when I came inside. "You hear that, boy?" he asked, eyes sharp under the dim lamplight. He didn't wait for me to respond. "Stay inside after dark. You don't know what's out there." That night, sleep came hard. Every time I dozed off, the dragging noise jolted me awake. The sounds of footsteps, rough and uneven, scraping along the wooden floor outside the bedroom window. My heart pounded in my chest, and I dared not move. I could almost hear it breathing, something wet and rasping, like the air after a storm. The next day, I asked my uncle if he'd heard the sounds, but he just gave me a hard look. "I've lived here my whole life," he said, leaning over the kitchen table. "I've never heard anything like that before." That evening, the noise was louder than ever. It was as if something had been waiting for me to notice it, biding its time. I crept outside, armed with only a lantern and a rusty pitchfork. The air was thick and still, too quiet for comfort. I shivered, the skin on my arms crawling as I moved toward the trees. I saw it then, a figure that didn't belong. A man, tall and impossibly thin, with limbs bent like branches, his face hidden in shadow. He stood motionless, just beyond the line of trees, staring at me with eyes that reflected the lantern's light like twin, bottomless pools. The ground shifted, and I realized he wasn't alone. Behind him, the earth moved as if breathing, the grass parting to reveal shapes that writhed in the dark. My legs froze in place, and I could only watch as the figures emerged, eyes wide, mouths agape, hands reaching out like they wanted to pull me in. The dragging noise roared louder, almost deafening, as one of the figures lunged toward me, its face illuminated just enough to see that it had none. A yawning hollow, the size of a fist, where its features should have been. I screamed and ran back to the house, stumbling and nearly tripping over the roots of an ancient oak. I didn't stop until I slammed the front door shut, the lock clicking into place behind me. My uncle came running, but the sounds had faded. He looked at me, concern in his eyes, but he said nothing. We sat in the dark, listening to the silence, feeling it press down on us. That night, as dawn approached, the noise came back, a low thrum like the heartbeat of the earth. But it was different this time, quieter, almost like it was satisfied. I never saw them again, but I heard them whenever I went out to the barn, a low drag and an echo that whispered, "We're waiting." And now, I know what my uncle meant when he said, "You don't know what's out there." Because whatever it was, it knew me, and it wasn't done yet. I'll never forget the day I decided to take a solo hike up the mountain. It had been a stressful few weeks, and I needed some time away from the noise, from people. The trail I chose was one I'd been on before, years ago. But today it felt different, almost as if the mountain was watching me. The first few miles were easy, just a steady climb with the scent of pine filling the air. Birds chirped in the distance, and the sun filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the path. I was lost in my thoughts when I noticed the silence. It wasn't natural, not the kind of silence you get when you're deep in the woods. This was complete, heavy, as if someone had hit the mute button on the world. I stopped, peering around. The breeze had vanished, and the birds had stopped singing. My skin prickled, but I brushed it off as paranoia. I kept going, determined not to let the unease get to me. The trail wound higher, the trees growing thicker. Their trunks snarled and blackened as if they had been scorched long ago. The deeper I went, the darker it became, even though it was still afternoon. The light seemed to be swallowed by the woods. Then, I heard a faint, rhythmic thumping. I paused, my heart jumping into my throat. It wasn't an animal. It sounded like someone tapping on wood, over and over. I listened, trying to locate the source, but the sound seemed to move, following me as I hesitated on the path. The thumping grew louder, echoing in the silence. Panic clawed at my chest, and I turned, my eyes darting between the twisted trees. That's when I saw a pale hand, its fingers long and bony, reaching out from behind a tree, just barely visible in the shadow. My breath caught in my throat, and I stumbled backward. "Hey," I shouted, my voice cracking. The hand retracted, disappearing behind the tree with a sudden jerk. I stood there, frozen, listening to the silence that followed, my heart thundering in my chest. I had to get out of there. I spun around and bolted down the trail, branches whipping at my face, the thumping still echoing behind me. My legs burned, and I could barely see through the thick underbrush. I was running blindly now, hoping to get to a clearing, a place where I could see. The trail seemed to stretch forever, but then, just as I thought I was about to collapse, I emerged from the woods into a small, sunlit clearing. The air was different here, fresher, warmer. My breathing slowed as I looked around, searching for any sign of the presence that had been following me. And then I saw it. At the far end of the clearing, leaning against a dead tree, was a figure. It was tall, with an unnatural, gangly posture. Its face was obscured by the hood of its tattered cloak, but I could see the faint glow of eyes beneath. They were wide and dark, like wells of black ink, and they stared directly at me. The thumping had stopped, but now there was only the sound of my heartbeat, echoing in my ears. The figure lifted its head, and with a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, it whispered, "You shouldn't be here." I stumbled back, my legs giving out beneath me. I fell to the ground, eyes locked on the figure as it took a step forward, the cloak flowing around it like smoke. My vision blurred, and the last thing I saw before I blacked out was that pale hand reaching out, fingers long and skeletal. When I woke up, the sun was setting, casting the clearing in an orange glow. The figure was gone. My head pounded as I stood, glancing around the clearing. There was no sign of the trail back down, no sign of the mountain path I had taken. Just the woods, dense and still, like I was trapped in a different world. I heard it again, the thumping, coming from deep within the trees. But this time, it was joined by a second sound, footsteps, rapid and uneven. I turned, my blood turning cold as I realized I wasn't alone, and whatever had followed me was waiting. It was supposed to be an easy night out, a few friends, and I had decided to go stargazing. We found a quiet, isolated hilltop that overlooked the city, far away from the bright lights and noise. The evening had been perfect at first, with the sky an endless sea of stars, a cool breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers, and laughter as we set up our blankets and telescoped out as the night deepened. The air became colder, more oppressive. We didn't mind at first. We were too busy taking turns peering through the telescope and making silly jokes. But the deeper we went into the night, the more the landscape around us seemed to change. The trees, which had been a comforting ring of shadows, now felt like they were watching us, their branches moving in strange, unnatural ways. The rustling wasn't the wind. It was as if the forest had a life of its own. I shifted on my blanket and glanced at my phone. It was nearly midnight, and I was starting to feel an inexplicable sense of dread. Just as I opened my mouth to say something, one of my friends, Jenna, screamed. We all turned to see her standing by the edge of the hill, her face pale, eyes wide. "What is it?" I shouted, scrambling to my feet. "There's someone down there," she gasped, pointing into the dark. We all stared in the direction she indicated, but I couldn't see anything, just the inky blackness of the forest below. "Jenna, there's no one there," Matt said, trying to sound reassuring. But there was a tremble in his voice that made my skin crawl. "No, look," she insisted, eyes locked on something in the trees. I squinted, heart thudding in my chest as I tried to see what she saw. It wasn't a person. It was a figure, tall and thin, its limbs too long and bendy, like a scarecrow brought to life. Its head was tilted at an impossible angle, and even from a distance, I could tell it was staring right at us. "Guys, we need to go." "Now," I said, my voice cracking. We gathered our things, but as we started back toward the car, the sound of footsteps came from behind us, uneven and dragging. It felt as though the woods were closing in, surrounding us with the faint, dry rustling of leaves and the thud of heavy feet. I glanced over my shoulder and saw a second figure, this one closer, emerging from the dark. Its eyes were hollow and glowing faintly, an unnatural, sickly yellow. My breath caught in my throat as we broke into a run, the air sharp with panic and the sound of twigs snapping underfoot. "Go, go, go," Matt shouted, pushing past me. We all sprinted for the car, the night echoing with the crunch of footsteps behind us. When we finally reached the vehicle, I fumbled to unlock it. Heart racing as the shadows stretched and shifted around us, we piled into the car, and I slammed the door shut, locking it just as a figure emerged at the edge of the clearing, staring at us with those hollow eyes. It tilted its head slowly, a broken, jerky motion that made my blood run cold. "Drive, drive," Jenna shouted, and Matt didn't hesitate. The tires screeched against the gravel as we peeled away, the headlights slicing through the darkness. I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the figures, their twisted bodies still watching us, still following, until they vanished back into the woods. We didn't stop until we were safely back in town. Every one of us is shaken to speak, but as I lay in bed that night, trying to find sleep, I couldn't shake the image of those glowing, hollow eyes watching us from the dark. The next day, I went back to the hilltop with a friend, hoping it had all been a bad dream. But when we arrived, I found something that made my stomach twist. At the base of the trees were deep, wide tracks, footprints with long, claw-like toes that seemed to stretch into the woods, leading nowhere and everywhere at once. And in the distance, I swore I heard a voice, ragged and whispering, coming from the dark, saying, "You are not supposed to leave." I never thought a simple apartment would be the place where I'd experience something so terrifying. It started out like any other routine, working long hours, barely having enough time to eat, and coming back to my cramped, inexpensive apartment late at night. The building I lived in wasn't great, but it was cheap. And it was close to my job. It was an old place, with narrow hallways and flickering lights that made me feel like I was in a horror movie. Most of the tenants were quiet, reclusive types, people who just wanted to live in peace without much hassle. One evening, I returned from work and noticed something off. The door to my apartment was slightly ajar, not wide open, just a crack, as if someone had left in a hurry or forgotten to fully close it. I don't know why I didn't think twice about it. Maybe I was just exhausted. But as soon as I stepped inside, I felt that unease creeping in. The air felt thick, heavier than usual, like it wasn't circulating properly. I closed the door behind me and tossed my keys onto the kitchen counter. The apartment was quiet, Too quiet. Everything seemed in its place, no signs of a break-in. No obvious disturbances. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't until I went to the bathroom that I found it. The mirror. It wasn't cracked, but it was smeared. I could see fingerprints along the edges, almost like someone had pressed their hands against it and slowly moved them around, leaving greasy streaks. I didn't know how I didn't notice it earlier. I had been in the bathroom just that morning. I wiped the mirror clean, but the feeling of being watched lingered. That night, as I tried to sleep, I kept hearing faint noises, scraping sounds, like nails dragging against the floor. They weren't constant, but every now and then, I'd hear them from somewhere outside my bedroom door. I told myself it was just the building settling, an old structure making strange noises, but then I heard something else. A whisper, just outside my door. It was a voice, soft and almost melodic, but it made my blood run cold. I couldn't make out the words, but it wasn't my imagination. It was clear, too real to ignore. The whispering continued, a low hum that seemed to get closer with every passing minute. My heart pounded in my chest. I held my breath, wondering if someone had broken in. But, if they had, why didn't they make a sound when they came in? I crept to the door, my hand shaking as I reached for the doorknob. I stood still for a moment, waiting for any sound. The whispering stopped, and I thought I'd imagined it. But when I opened the door, the hallway was empty. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I stepped out into the hallway and looked around. Nothing. It was just the usual dim lighting and the closed doors of other apartments. But the air felt wrong, colder than usual. As I walked back to my apartment, I glanced toward the elevator. It was an old, creaky thing, but it was never in use at night. Except tonight. It was moving, slowly, the lights flickering as it descended. I froze. The elevator doors opened, and no one was inside. I didn't waste another second. I rushed back into my apartment, locking the door behind me. My heart was racing. I couldn't explain it. I felt like I was losing control of everything, my thoughts, my senses. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me for days. Something I couldn't see, but could definitely feel. The next morning, I went to the landlord's office to ask about the strange events. She was an elderly woman who had lived in the building for years. She looked at me with a concerned expression when I mentioned hearing noises and seeing the elevator move on its own. "Oh, that happens sometimes," she said, her voice low and almost too calm. "The building has a history." I was about to ask her what she meant when she continued, "People hear things in this place, footsteps, whispers, and sometimes the elevator moves by itself. It's just the old pipes. You know, the building settles." She smiled politely, but there was something off about her tone. "Don't worry, though, it's harmless." I didn't feel reassured. That night, the same strange things happened again. The whispering, the scratching, the elevator. But this time, something changed. The whispering wasn't just a voice, it was my voice. It was me, but not me. A distorted, mocking version of my own voice, saying things I hadn't even thought. Things like, "You're still here, and it's only just begun." Panicked, I rushed to the bathroom to see if I was imagining things. But then I saw the reflection in the mirror. It wasn't my reflection. There was a woman standing in my place, her face twisted in an expression I couldn't quite recognize. Her eyes were hollow, dark, and she was smiling. I stumbled back, almost falling over, and as I turned to run, I heard her voice, clear as day, from behind me. "You're not leaving." I never thought anything could scare me like that night did. I was working the night shift at a small, 24-hour gas station, the kind that has the flickering neon sign and a single, worn-out bench for people to sit on. The station was in a town that felt abandoned at the dark, a place where the only noise was the wind rattling the old gas pumps and the occasional truck that drove through on the way to somewhere else. It was around 3 a.m. when the first strange thing happened. A black sedan pulled into the lot, its headlights cutting through the darkness like twin daggers. The sedan sat there for a moment too long, then pulled forward slowly, as if waiting for something. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I tried to laugh it off. Maybe the driver was waiting for a friend. Maybe he was just tired. But then I noticed it, a shadow flitting across the windshield, moving so fast that I wasn't sure if I'd seen it at all. My heart thumped louder as I took a breath. Trying to steady myself, the car suddenly jerked forward, headlights flashing briefly in my direction before it sped off into the darkness. I watched it disappear down the long, empty road, my pulse pounding in my ears. Just as I was about to turn back to my work, I heard a noise behind me shuffling, like someone was dragging their feet across the cracked tile floor. I turned sharply, eyes wide. The place was empty except for me. I swallowed hard, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I went back to stocking the shelves, trying to ignore the growing sense of unease. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. The night felt heavier, like something was pressing down on my chest. It was nearing 4 a.m. when the next car pulled in. This one was an old, rusty pickup truck, the kind that looked like it should have been retired decades ago. I looked out at it, the driver's side door creaking open slowly. But again, no one stepped out. I stepped back from the counter, heart slamming into my ribs as I stared at the open door. Then I saw him, a man, hunched over, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. He shuffled toward the door of the gas station, eyes locked on mine, and I realized late that he wasn't alone. Behind him, in the shadows of the truck bed, I saw a second figure, its shape more like an elongated, cloud shadow than anything human. My hands went cold, and a shiver raced down my spine. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe as the man reached for the door handle. A high-pitched, inhuman screech split the silence, and I jumped, grabbing the phone from the counter and dialing 911 with shaking fingers. 911, what's your emergency? Came the voice on the other end. I couldn't speak, couldn't tear my eyes away as the first man's mouth stretched impossibly wide, revealing rows of sharp, yellowed teeth. The shadow behind him stepped forward, and in the bright neon light, I saw its true form, a twisted, half-human shape, dripping with something dark and glistening. Its eyes, if they could be called that, were black and hollow, filled with a cold, infinite hunger. The dispatcher's voice brought me back to reality. Sir, are you there? What's happening? I opened my mouth to scream, but couldn't make a sound. The figures outside the window were moving, circling the building, and I knew I had only moments before they found a way in. The lights flickered, casting jagged shadows across the walls. I ducked behind the counter and waited, hearing the slapping sound of wet feet on tile as they moved closer. Then everything went silent. The silence was worse than any noise, and I knew that something had changed. I stood up cautiously and peeked over the counter, my chest aching with every breath. The gas station was empty. No figures, no strange sounds, just the hum of the refrigerator and the steady tick of the clock on the wall. The phone in my hand felt hot, like it had a pulse of its own. I could still hear the dispatcher on the line, asking if I was okay. I nodded, a shaky laugh escaping me as I whispered, "I'm okay now." But as I looked out the window, I noticed something chilling. The black sedan was back, parked across the street, engine idling. I stared at the rearview mirror, where a face stared back at me with eyes as hollow and dark as the figure that had been outside. They were still here. I never thought much about haunted houses or strange occurrences. I was always the one to brush off stories, but everything changed during a trip with some friends a few years ago. We decided to rent a secluded cabin for the weekend, far away from any city lights or distractions. It seemed like the perfect escape, peaceful, quiet, surrounded by trees. The first night was fine. We settled in, made dinner, and started telling ghost stories by the fire. I wasn't scared until we heard something strange around midnight. After we'd all gone to bed, I woke up to the sound of something tapping on my window. It was a rhythmic, slow tapping, like someone knocking. I told myself it was just the wind or a branch brushing against the glass. But then it happened again, a little louder this time. I felt a chill run down my spine. I got up to check, but when I looked out the window, there was nothing there, just darkness and the rustling of trees. I tried to shake it off, but I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing it, tapping, soft and persistent. Then, a voice, a faint whisper. It said my name, Sarah. I jumped out of bed, my heart racing. I looked around the room, but it was empty, still. The whispering stopped as soon as I looked out the window, but I felt something watching me. I couldn't explain it, but the air felt thick, charged with something I couldn't understand. I stayed awake the rest of the night, unable to shake the feeling that something was out there, something waiting. When morning came, I didn't tell anyone. They'd all just laugh at me, and I didn't want to sound crazy. But that evening, as we sat around the fire, one of my friends, Jake, casually mentioned hearing the same tapping the night before. Then, Emma spoke up. She'd heard the whispering too, only she thought it was just a dream. We all went silent. Maybe it's an animal, Mark said, trying to ease the tension. But we were all on edge now, aware of the strange sounds that had plagued us. Later that night, I decided to check the window again. Maybe I could convince myself it was just the wind or something. As I walked to the window, I felt a cold draft sweep across my skin. I pulled the curtain back, but the tapping was there again, like it was coming from just beyond the glass. I gasped, backing away, my mind racing. Then, I noticed something else. There was a shadow moving outside. It was too dark to make out details, but it wasn't the shape of a person, it was too fluid, like it was slithering, creeping around the cabin. I rushed to wake the others. We stood in the living room, staring out the windows, trying to make sense of what we were seeing. The shadow moved in circles around the cabin, and then it stopped right at the front door. There was no knock, just an intense silence that filled the space. We waited, holding our breath. And then, the door creaked open on its own, slowly, as if someone or something had entered. The door wasn't locked. It wasn't supposed to open like that. We rushed to the door, and as we stepped outside, we saw what had been circling the cabin. Footprints. Large, uneven prints, leading toward the woods. Something had been out there, watching us, moving around the cabin. But what terrified me most wasn't the footprints, it was the set of prints that led right back to the door. Whoever, or whatever it was, had been right inside with us, watching, waiting. We didn't stay the next night. We packed up quickly and left, too frightened to even consider staying any longer. To this day, I can't explain what happened, but I know one thing for sure. Something was in that cabin with us. Something that moved without a sound, waited without a breath, and followed us back home. The question still lingers in my mind, is it still waiting? Cabin in the woods, just me and a few friends. No distractions, no work, just nature. We had rented the place online, a secluded spot far from civilization. None of us were particularly into ghost stories. So when we arrived and saw how isolated the cabin was, it felt more peaceful than eerie. The cabin itself was charming, if a bit old. The walls creaked in places, but we didn't think much of it. The first night, after a few drinks and some laughter, we headed to bed, but sleep didn't come easily for me. The room was unnervingly quiet, except for the occasional gust of wind howling outside, and then scratch a faint noise from the other side of the cabin. I chalked it up to the wind or maybe an animal outside, but when the scratching sound continued, it became harder to ignore. It wasn't just random noise, it was deliberate, like something or someone was trying to get inside. I waited for my friends to make a joke about it. When no one did, I decided to get up and check. I crept down the hallway toward the front door, peering through the window at the darkness outside. Nothing. No movement, just trees swaying under the moonlight. I sighed in relief and turned to head back to my room. That's when I heard a soft, desperate knock on the door. Knock. Knock. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct. I froze. Who would be knocking at this hour, especially in such a remote place? I moved slowly back toward the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't open it. I couldn't. I stood there, straining my ears for any sounds. There was nothing, no footsteps, no voices, just silence. I finally returned to my room, trying to ignore the nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. I locked the door behind me, pulled the blanket over my head, and tried to sleep. The next morning, I mentioned it to my friends, hoping they would laugh it off. But no one did. Instead, Sarah, one of the girls with us, said she heard something too. She described the same scratching sound I'd heard, but from the window. She had thought it was an animal at first, but the knocking she couldn't explain. We spent the day hiking through the woods, trying to clear our heads. It felt like the cabin was miles away from any other human being. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone, that something was watching us. That night, after dinner, we were all sitting around the fireplace, and the conversation turned toward local legends. Apparently, the area was known for being haunted, or so the locals claimed. One of my friends, Jake, started telling a story about a woman who had gone missing years ago, her last known location being just a few miles from the cabin. He described how people said they could hear her crying at night. I laughed it off. Ghost stories didn't scare me. Later that night, when we were all in our rooms, I heard the sound again, the unmistakable scratch on the wood. And then, once again, the knock. But this time, it wasn't on the door. It was on my window. I rushed to the window and pulled the curtain back, heart racing. Nothing, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I closed the curtains quickly, then heard it again. A whisper, faint but clear. Let me in. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. My body was frozen in place. I glanced toward the door. Still locked. My room felt suffocating. The knock came again. Bang. Louder this time. It was coming from the front door. I couldn't take it anymore. I ran out of my room, down the hall to the living room, and yanked open the door. Nothing. No one was outside. Just the pitch-black darkness of the woods. My breath was coming in sharp gasps as I stood there, staring out into the void. I closed the door, leaning against it, trying to calm myself. And then, in the faint light of the hallway, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The doorknob was wet. A trail of dark smudges marked the wooden floor, leading from the door to the window of the living room. I followed the trail, every step feeling like it was pulling me into some kind of nightmare. I reached the window. There, smeared against the glass, was a handprint, and it wasn't small. It was large for a person. I backed away in terror, stumbling toward the door. But when I looked out into the woods again, I saw something. A figure, standing in the distance, just outside the boundary of the trees. It was watching us. It was always watching. I slammed the door shut and rushed to wake the others. But when I turned to tell them, they were all standing in the hallway, staring at me in silence. Their faces were pale, eyes wide with fear. It wasn't until I looked down that I realized the handprint wasn't on the window. It was on the back of my hand, and it was still wet. We packed up and left at once, leaving the cabin behind. But every time I close my eyes, I still see that figure in the distance. And the worst part, I know it followed us. We never should have left. I never thought I'd be one of those people who would have something to say about a haunting. I've always been skeptical, dismissing strange noises or feelings as the result of stress or overactive imaginations. But that weekend, my beliefs changed forever. My friends and I had rented an old house for a quiet weekend getaway. It was isolated, surrounded by dense forest, the kind of place you can only reach by a long, winding road. When we arrived, the house looked just as we expected, charming, old-fashioned, with creaky floors and antique furniture. Nothing about it seemed unusual at first. We spent the day exploring the area, taking in the fresh air, and enjoying the solitude. By dusk, we were back inside, sitting around the large fireplace, talking and laughing. As night fell, the atmosphere in the house changed. It was subtle at first, a slight chill in the air, the fire flickering, and then the sound started. At first, it was just creaking, a few odd noises from the floorboards above us. I didn't think much of it. Old houses are known for settling. But, as the evening wore on, the noises grew more distinct. There were footsteps, heavy and deliberate, pacing across the floor above us. I looked at my friends. They were all chatting, oblivious. I didn't want to sound crazy, so I stayed quiet, trying to convince myself that it was just the house. But the footsteps didn't stop. They went on for minutes, circling the room above, like someone was pacing around up there. Eventually, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I stood up, telling my friends I was going to check upstairs. They laughed it off, assuming it was just the wind or the house settling. But as I made my way up the narrow stairs, my heart pounded harder with every step. The air grew colder, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. When I reached the top of the stairs, the house was silent. To silent, I moved down the hallway, checking each room, but there was no one there. No sign of any movement, just the eerie silence of the old house. I thought I was being paranoid, but as I turned to head back to the stairs, I saw it. A door, slightly ajar, at the far end of the hallway. It hadn't been open when I first came upstairs. I froze. The footsteps, the creaking, all made sense now. Something or someone had been up here. My breath hitched as I approached the door. I reached out to push it open, and just as my fingers touched the handle, the door slammed shut with a deafening bang. I staggered back, nearly falling down the stairs in shock. I ran downstairs, shaking, and told my friends what happened. They didn't believe me, of course. They joked about it, but something in my gut told me we weren't alone. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak, every whisper of wind against the walls made me jump. I stayed awake, staring into the darkness, waiting for whatever it was to make itself known. Then, around 3 a.m., I heard it, a soft knock on my bedroom door. My blood ran cold. I held my breath, too terrified to move. The knock came again, louder this time. I slowly rose from the bed and approached the door, but as I reached for the handle, I heard a whisper, "Let me in." I froze. The voice was unmistakable, a low, raspy whisper, barely audible, but clear enough to send a chill straight through me. I didn't open the door. I couldn't. Instead, I backed away and huddled in the corner of the room, my heart racing. The knock came again, followed by the whisper, now louder and more insistent. "Let me in." I must have stayed in that corner for hours, too terrified to move, until the sun finally rose. When morning came, I thought it was over. I tried to convince myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but when I went to check the door, it was ajar, just like the one upstairs the night before. I didn't say anything to my friends. They were still asleep, oblivious to what had happened. But, as we packed up to leave, I noticed something strange. A small, almost unnoticeable handprint on the doorframe, tiny, but clear enough to make my stomach churn. We left that morning, never speaking of what happened. I still don't know what it was, but every time I close my eyes, I hear that whisper in my ear, "Let me in." It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend, just me and my friends getting away from the chaos of everyday life. We had all agreed on a remote camping spot deep in the woods, a place that was far from any hiking trails and even farther from the nearest ranger station. It was meant to be the perfect escape. We arrived late in the afternoon, the sun still hanging low in the sky. The trees here were dense, the canopy thick enough to block out much of the light. We set up camp quickly, unpacking our gear and starting a fire as dusk settled in. The sound of the crackling fire was comforting, and for a while, everything felt normal. We joked and laughed, swapping stories and trying to ignore the growing sense of isolation the deep woods seemed to encourage. But as night fully descended, the forest grew unnervingly quiet. No animals, no rustling of leaves, no distant sounds of water, just an unnatural stillness. I tried to brush it off, convincing myself that it was just the remoteness of the area, that everything would be fine. Then we heard it, a low, deep thud, almost like something heavy dropping to the ground. It came from the woods, beyond the firelight. We all froze. My stomach twisted as I scanned the dark line of trees, unable to see anything through the thick underbrush. "It's probably an animal," one of my friends suggested, but his voice trembled. I couldn't argue with him. It had to be an animal, right? We tried to laugh it off, but the unease lingered. A few minutes later, another thud, this time louder, closer. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I glanced at my friends, but they were just as tense as I was. "Maybe we should check it out," one of them suggested, though he clearly wasn't as eager as his words implied. We all stared at the trees, now far darker than before. Something about it didn't feel right. We decided to investigate, against our better judgment. With flashlights in hand, we stepped into the woods, the beam cutting through the dark, our steps cautious. The air was unnervingly still, the only sounds the crunch of dry leaves beneath our boots. Then it happened. From behind a thick cluster of trees, something shot out at us, a flash of motion, quick and too fast to be anything natural. We screamed and scattered, the beam of my flashlight flickering wildly as I turned in every direction, my heart racing. I couldn't see anything but shadows. "Did you see that?" someone shouted. "I don't know," I stammered, panic bubbling up inside me. My breath came in short gasps, my mind racing. We huddled together, trying to calm ourselves, but the air felt thick with something I couldn't describe. My mind kept replaying what I had seen, a figure, but not like any animal, too tall, too thin. It seemed to vanish as soon as the light hit it. We headed back to camp quickly, our hearts still pounding in our chests. Once there, we all stayed silent, the fire crackling louder than it should. We avoided looking at each other, each of us lost in our own thoughts, the unease sinking deeper into our bones. Then, the noise came again. This time it wasn't a thud. It was a soft scraping sound, like something or someone dragging across the ground. My stomach lurched. It came from the trees again, but closer. Too close. We all jumped to our feet, shining our flashlights toward the noise, but nothing. The woods were silent once more. That's when it hit me there was something wrong. We weren't alone. Suddenly, the bushes near the edge of our camp rustled violently. I jumped back, my flashlight flicking erratically as I spun to face it. The noise came again, closer, as if something was right there, just beyond the reach of the light. My heart raced in my chest as I backed away. But I didn't want to be the first to run. We stood frozen, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. No movement, no sound, just a heavy silence that pressed down on us. I was about to call out when the ground under my feet shifted. I stumbled back, my flashlight cutting across the ground just in time to catch something strange. A mark. A large, wide indent in the dirt, like something heavy had been dragged across the earth. That's when I realized the true horror. It wasn't just one thing in the woods. It was everywhere. I turned, eyes wide, and scanned the trees again. And that's when I saw it to glowing eyes, set deep in the shadows. It wasn't an animal. It was too tall, too still. We didn't wait. We packed up everything in a frenzy, my hands shaking as I tossed things into my backpack. We rushed to the car, not even pausing to check if anything was following us. The entire drive home, none of us spoke. We couldn't explain what had happened, but we all felt it. Whatever was out there in the woods, watching us, had been waiting for something, and we had gotten too close. Just a couple of friends and me, out in the wilderness, hiking and camping under the stars. The trailhead seemed normal at first, an old forest road winding through thick trees, the air fresh with pine and earth. We passed a few other hikers, but soon, the trail narrowed, and we found ourselves far from anyone else. By mid-afternoon, we found a perfect spot, a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. We set up camp, lit a fire, and settled in for the night. As dusk fell, the usual sounds of the forest began to fade. No chirping insects, no rustling leaves, just an eerie silence. It didn't bother us at first. We figured it was just a quiet stretch of woods. Night came quickly, and as we sat around the fire, it was like the world around us had swallowed any remaining noise. No crickets, no owls, just silence. I was starting to feel uneasy, but I tried to ignore it. Then came the first strange thing. We heard a loud crack, like something heavy snapping a branch. What was that? My friend asked, his voice tight. We all stared into the dark woods beyond the firelight, but nothing was there. Maybe it was an animal, but something about it didn't sit right. I told everyone to stay close, and we tried to keep the mood light, making jokes and telling stories, but the silence around us only deepened. The fire popped and crackled, casting long, twisted shadows on the trees. Then, I felt the sensation that someone was watching us. I glanced around nervously, but nobody else seemed to notice. My friends were busy talking, laughing, unaware. I told myself it was nothing, just nerves. But the feeling wouldn't go away. I stepped away from the fire to get some water from our cooler, and that's when I saw it. A figure, not far into the woods, standing still as stone. A shape, too tall to be a man, its limbs unnaturally long, and its head tilted at an odd angle. It didn't move, just stared. My blood ran cold. I turned back quickly to the fire, heart pounding. My throat felt tight as I tried to act normal. But when I looked back, the figure was gone. What's wrong? One of my friends asked. Nothing, I muttered, but I couldn't shake the image. I didn't tell them what I saw. They would laugh, call me paranoid. But I knew what I saw. I was certain of it. And just as I convinced myself to forget about it, the silence broke again. A shrill, sharp cry from deeper in the woods, like a woman screaming. We all jumped, and for a moment, none of us moved. Did you hear that? Someone whispered. I nodded, trying to stay calm. It sounded too far to be anyone in trouble, but the fear in that scream made my skin crawl. We quickly packed up the fire. Our conversation dying out, we decided to turn in early. I crawled into my sleeping bag, heart still racing from the scream, but trying to force myself to sleep. As I lay in the dark, I heard something again, a soft rustling, too light to be a wild animal, too deliberate. It sounded like footsteps. Someone was moving around our campsite. My breath caught in my throat. I glanced at my friends, but they were asleep, oblivious. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly unzipped my tent. Stepping outside, the forest was pitch black. I shone the flashlight in every direction, but there was nothing, no movement, no sound. Just the overwhelming weight of silence pressing in on me. But then, from the corner of my eye, I saw it again, that tall figure. It was standing just at the edge of our campsite, hidden just enough to stay out of the light. I froze, my blood turning to ice. I tried to move, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. It was like my body had shut down. The figure stepped forward, slowly, deliberately, until it was just on the edge of the light. And then, in a voice that seemed to echo in my mind, it spoke. "You should have gone home." I stumbled back, too scared to scream, too terrified to move. The figure stepped forward again, but then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The air grew colder, and in that moment, I realized something. There was no sound, no wind, no rustling leaves, just silence. Then the ground beneath us shook, a violent, bone-rattling tremor, and the figure vanished. Not into the shadows, not into the trees. It just disappeared. The shaking stopped as quickly as it had started, and the forest went eerily still. I didn't wait around to figure out what had just happened. I yelled for everyone to pack up, and we didn't stop until we were miles away from that place. We didn't speak much on the way back, but as we passed through the last stretch of woods, I saw something that made my stomach drop. That figure, standing in the trees, watching us. Only this time, it wasn't alone. There were more of them. It was supposed to be a simple weekend camping trip, just me and my friends. We had all done it before, hiking into the woods and setting up camp for a night of storytelling, laughs, and maybe a few beers. But this time something felt different, like the air was thick with unease. We didn't know it yet, but our plans were about to change, and none of us would ever forget the night that followed. We arrived at the campgrounds just before dusk, and the sun was dipping behind the trees. The forest was dense, the kind of place where the shadows stretched long and the wind whispered through the branches. After unpacking and setting up the tents, we gathered around the campfire. Everything felt normal at first: the smell of roasting marshmallows, the crackling of the fire, the familiar banter between friends. But as the night wore on, things started to shift. Around midnight, as we were telling ghost stories, we heard something strange. A twig snapped in the distance, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the dry leaves. It wasn't just one set of footsteps though, it sounded like two, maybe three. We all froze, straining to listen, but the forest was eerily silent again. At first, we joked about it, suggesting it was just a deer or some other animal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. We brushed it off and continued our conversation, but I couldn't ignore the creeping sensation in the back of my mind. The footsteps didn't stop. They just kept lingering, always out of reach. Around 2 a.m., we decided to go to bed. As we lay there in the dark, trying to get comfortable in the tents, I heard the rustling again. It wasn't far from us now, and the sound seemed almost deliberate, like someone was walking slowly, circling the camp. I lay still, listening, my heart pounding in my chest. Suddenly, the sound stopped. I held my breath, waiting, but nothing came. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or something. I tried to sleep, but the uneasy feeling wouldn't go away. Then, there was a loud crash from the edge of the campsite, followed by a low growl. I shot up, my heart racing, my body drenched in sweat. We all scrambled out of our tents, panic setting in. We gathered by the fire, looking around nervously. The growling came again, closer this time. It sounded like something large, but not quite an animal. It was too deep, too guttural. My friends were whispering in frantic voices, but I couldn't focus on what they were saying. My eyes were locked on the trees, waiting for something to emerge from the darkness. That's when we saw the figures standing, just outside the firelight, silhouetted against the trees. They weren't moving, They were just standing there. At first, I thought they were other campers, but they didn't look right. Their shapes were off, too tall, their limbs unnaturally long. One of them tilted its head slowly toward us, and I could feel the cold seeping into my bones. A shiver ran down my spine as I realized they weren't human. They were something else. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as the growling started again, louder now, almost like a warning. My friends were whispering urgently to each other, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from those figures. They didn't move closer, but they didn't leave either. They just waited. We had no idea what to do. We weren't even sure if we should run or stay still. But then, just as quickly as they had appeared, the figures vanished into the trees. We stood there, frozen, unsure if we were safe. The night seemed impossibly quiet, too quiet. I thought maybe it was over, that it had been a trick of the light, but I knew deep down that wasn't true. Something had been there with us, something we couldn't understand. We huddled together by the fire. Our nerves shot until morning came. The sun slowly crept over the horizon, dispelling the darkness and the terror we had felt. The forest seemed calm again, almost peaceful, as if nothing had happened. We quickly packed up our gear and left the campsite, none of us daring to speak of what we had seen. It wasn't until we returned home that I had a chance to look at the photos we'd taken that night. We had taken several shots around the campfire, mostly of us laughing and enjoying the night. But in the background of one photo, just behind the trees, there were two figures standing, less like the ones we had seen. But this time, they were clearer, and the worst part, they weren't just standing there, they were smiling. A cold chill ran down my spine as I stared at the photo. I don't know what we encountered that night, but I know one thing for sure. Whatever it was waiting for us, and now, I don't think it's finished yet. We decided to go camping to escape the bustle of city life, a group of 5 friends eager for adventure. We drove deep into the woods, far from the beaten path, excited about the quiet and the stars. Our destination was a secluded clearing near a lake, surrounded by towering pines. The sun dipped behind the trees as we set up camp, and we roasted marshmallows by the fire, telling stories that blended laughter and nervous tension. As night fell, the forest transformed. Shadows deepened, and the sounds of the night came alive: the rustling leaves, distant calls of owls, and the soft croak of frogs from the lake. In the back of my mind, something nagged at me, an unshakable feeling that we weren't alone. I shrugged it off, laughing at my own paranoia. After a few hours, Yena, one of our friends, suggested we take a night walk. She claimed it would be fun, and surprisingly, everyone agreed. Armed with flashlights, we ventured into the woods, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. The air felt thick, the silence unsettling. Every crunch of twigs beneath our feet echoed like a warning. We wandered deeper until we stumbled upon an old, abandoned campsite. The remains of a fire pit lay overgrown with weeds, and torn bits of fabric flapped eerily in the wind. The chill in the air intensified as we approached. Yena shone her light on the remnants, revealing a rusted can and some tattered ropes. Suddenly, we heard a distant sound like chains dragging across the ground. Our laughter died in our throats as we exchanged glances, confusion and fear mingling in the flickering light. It wasn't just our imaginations. The sound was real and getting closer. Without a word, we turned to run back to our camp, but before we could take more than a few steps, the clanking stopped. We froze, hearts pounding, listening intently. In the distance, faint lights flickered through the trees. They danced and swayed like lanterns, growing brighter and larger. Fear gripped us, and we ducked behind a thick cluster of bushes. I peered through the branches, holding my breath. What emerged from the shadows sent a chill through my spine. Figures clad in white robes shuffled toward us, their faces obscured by masks. Each carried a lantern that illuminated their chains, which rattled with each step. I could see at least 5 of them moving in an eerie procession, their muffled whispers merging with the rustle of leaves. I felt a surge of terror. We needed to stay hidden. The figures paused for a moment, and I could hear their whispered chants, something unintelligible that made the hair on my neck stand on end. My friends and I huddled together, eyes wide with fear. We waited, our hearts racing, praying they wouldn't spot us. The lanterns cast grotesque shadows that flickered and danced, making the scene feel even more surreal. Just when I thought the nightmare might end, one of the figures turned its head slightly, and my breath caught in my throat. The mask seemed to look directly at me. In a panic, we stayed as still as possible, hardly daring to breathe. The figures resumed their slow march, the lights fading into the darkness until they disappeared entirely. We waited a few more minutes before deciding we had to get back to the camp and leave. As we crept back to our campsite, an uneasy silence fell over us. But what we found made my blood run cold. Our campsite had been ransacked. Tents were torn open, and our supplies were scattered across the ground. In the center of the chaos was a newly lit fire, and beside it was a wooden sign we had never seen before. The sign bore a single phrase carved deeply into the wood: "You shouldn't have come here." I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. We hurriedly gathered our things, adrenaline coursing through our veins as we looked over our shoulders. We had to leave. Now, we jumped into the car, frantic, and drove away from the woods, leaving the flickering light of our ruined campsite behind. We vowed never to return, but even now, as I sit at home, the memory haunts me. Sometimes, late at night, I hear the faint sound of chains in my dreams. Those masked figures still lurk in my mind, and I can't shake the feeling that they are still out there, waiting for the next group of campers to wander too far into their territory. Last summer, my friends and I decided to escape the chaos of city life with a weekend camping trip in the wilderness. It was just me, Sarah, and Tom, excited to reconnect with nature. We picked a secluded spot by a picturesque lake, surrounded by tall pines and dense underbrush, the kind of place where you can hear the soothing sounds of water lapping at the shore. We arrived in the early afternoon, and setting up our tents, we spent the day hiking and swimming. As night fell, we lit a campfire and sat around it, roasting marshmallows and telling stories. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the sky transformed into a blanket of stars. It felt perfect until it didn't. As darkness enveloped us, the forest grew silent. The usual sounds of crickets and rustling leaves vanished, replaced by unsettling stillness. The crackling of our campfire was the only sound we could hear. Sarah was the first to notice something strange. "Do you hear that?" she asked, her brow furrowed. I paused, straining to listen. At first, I didn't hear anything out of the ordinary, but then it came, a faint whispering carried by the wind. It sounded like distant voices, just beyond the reach of comprehension. Tom shrugged it off, attributing it to the wind playing tricks, but I felt a chill run down my spine. As the night wore on, the whispers grew louder, a low hum that seemed to surround us. It was as if the forest itself was alive, trying to communicate. The sounds twisted and turned, echoing through the trees, and soon, it felt like the whispers were getting closer. I glanced at Sarah, who looked just as unnerved as I felt. "Let's go check it out," I suggested, trying to mask my fear with bravado. Sarah and Tom exchanged hesitant glances, but eventually agreed. We grabbed our flashlights and ventured into the darkness. Following the sound, the beam of my flashlight sliced through the thick darkness, illuminating the trees and underbrush. The whispers were clearer now, though still unintelligible. They seemed to dance just beyond our line of sight, and no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't pinpoint their source. It was as if they were taunting us, leading us deeper into the woods. "Maybe we should turn back," Tom said, glancing nervously at the shadows. I could sense his discomfort, but curiosity propelled us forward. After all, it's just the wind, right? Just some rustling branches. Suddenly, the whispering stopped, plunging us into an eerie silence. We stood still, our breaths visible in the cold night air, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. It was then that we realized we were completely disoriented. The trees looked unfamiliar, and the path we thought we were following had vanished. Panic bubbled up inside me, but I took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. "We need to retrace our steps," I said, though uncertainty crept into my voice. We turned back, following the faintest memory of our previous trail. After what felt like an eternity, we finally stumbled back into the clearing where our campsite was. The campfire still flickered, casting a warm glow that felt welcoming. We collapsed onto the ground, relieved to be back, our hearts racing from the adrenaline and fear. The whispers had ceased, leaving us with a lingering unease. We spent the rest of the night huddled around the fire, sharing stories to fill the silence. No one spoke about what we had heard in the woods, but the experience changed us. The next morning, we packed up quickly, eager to leave the forest behind. As we drove away, I glanced back at the trees, still standing tall and silent, holding onto their secrets. I don't know what we experienced that night, but the whispers remain etched in my memory, a haunting reminder of the unknown that lurks just beyond the edge of the light. Camping was supposed to be a fun getaway for my friends and me. We were excited to escape the city, seeking adventure in the heart of nature. We hiked deep into the woods, setting up our tents by a small lake, the water shimmering under the fading sunlight. As darkness enveloped the trees, we gathered around a crackling campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing ghost stories. I felt a little mischievous, so I brought along a pack of mushrooms. As the stories turned creepier, I encouraged my friends to try them. Yena, Matt, and Aaron were hesitant, but ultimately gave in, giggling nervously as they consumed the little bits of magic. As the night wore on, the world around us transformed. The trees seemed to sway and breathe. Shadows twisted and danced in the firelight. After a while, Yena suggested a night walk, teasing that it would be scary. Her suggestion sent a thrill down my spine, but with the mushrooms coursing through us, we decided to embrace the adventure. We grabbed our flashlights and set off into the dark woods, the beam of our lights barely cutting through the thick, oppressive darkness. We walked deeper, laughter and whispers filling the air until an unsettling sound broke through clanking chains. It echoed through the trees, a chilling contrast to our earlier merriment. We stopped, holding our breath, listening intently. The noise came from somewhere nearby, and our excitement quickly shifted to dread. Suddenly, we noticed flickering lights in the distance. They were moving toward us, bobbing like lanterns. Panic surged through us. We darted into the nearest thicket, pressing against the damp earth as our hearts raced. Peering through the branches, we saw them figures draped in white, each one covered in chains that clanked ominously with every step. Their faces were obscured by masks, featureless and pale, and in their hands, they held lanterns that illuminated their path. We barely dared to breathe, eyes wide with fear as they shuffled past, a ghostly parade moving deeper into the forest. I could feel the terror radiating off my friends, their grip on my arm tight. We watched, frozen in place, unable to look away. The figures walked in eerie silence, the chains rattling like the ticking of a clock counting down our remaining time. Minutes felt like hours, and just when I thought they had passed us, one of the figures turned sharply, the lantern light flickering over our hiding spot. I held my breath, praying it wouldn't see us. My heart thundered in my chest, but the figure merely continued onward, joining the procession until they disappeared into the shadows. As the last light faded, we stayed huddled together, shivering from more than just the cold. We waited, fear holding us captive, until dawn's first light broke through the trees. Reluctantly, we emerged from our hiding place. Shaken but alive, we hurried back to our campsite, but our hearts sank as we drew closer. The tents were torn, supplies scattered across the ground, and our fire pit lay cold and empty. My stomach dropped as I scanned the area. Then I noticed something etched into the dirt near the fire. "We will find you." The message was fresh, the letters deep and pronounced. My mind raced, recalling the figures we had seen, their glowing lanterns, and the chilling sound of chains. Without a word, we gathered what little was left of our things and ran to the car, our primal fear driving us. The forest felt alive, as if it were watching us, and the trees seemed to lean closer as we dashed down the path. We jumped into the car, and I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking. Finally, the engine roared to life, and we sped away, not daring to look back. Months later, we tried to laugh off the incident, dismissing it as a wild camping trip that had gone too far. But sometimes, late at night, I would hear faint clanking in the distance, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. One evening, while scrolling through social media, I came across a post about a group that had gone missing in those very woods, their last known location eerily close to where we had camped. Suddenly, it all clicked. I shuddered, realizing that the figures we had seen were not just part of the mushrooms. They were the very reason we had run. The reason we never returned. As I lay in bed that night, the faint sound of chains echoed in my mind, and I understood. The forest had not let go of its secrets, and somewhere, those figures were still out there, waiting. Camping had always been my escape from the chaos of everyday life. When my friend suggested a weekend trip to a remote site deep in the woods, I jumped at the chance. We packed our gear, loaded up the car, and drove until the city lights vanished behind us. The excitement buzzed in the air as we set up camp, and I felt an undeniable thrill at the prospect of sleeping under the stars. As night fell, the forest transformed. Shadows deepened, and the sounds of nocturnal creatures filled the air. We gathered around the fire, sharing stories and laughter, the flames casting flickering shadows on our faces. But as the night wore on, a strange unease settled over me. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Around midnight, my friend Jenna suggested we explore the woods a bit further. Feeling adventurous and slightly emboldened by the warmth of the fire, we agreed. Armed with flashlights, we ventured into the darkness, the beam of light slicing through the thick air. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, and every rustle made my heart race. As we walked deeper into the woods, a cold wind swept through the trees, chilling me to the bone. Then, from somewhere nearby, we heard it, a low, guttural sound. My stomach twisted into knots, and I exchanged nervous glances with my friends. Jenna, ever the jokester, laughed it off and urged us to keep going. Despite my instinct screaming to turn back, I followed, curiosity overriding my fear. Then we saw it. A flickering light in the distance, just beyond a thicket of trees. It glowed like a beacon, and we instinctively moved toward it. As we approached, I felt a rising sense of dread. The light danced erratically, illuminating something that looked like figures standing in a clearing. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Suddenly, the sound of chains clanking filled the air, growing louder and closer. Panic surged through me, and we all froze. What were those figures? Were they real? Jenna whispered that we should hide, and we quickly ducked behind a large tree, our hearts pounding. Peering around the trunk, we saw the figures more clearly. They were cloaked in ragged white fabric, their faces obscured by masks that were painted to resemble anguished expressions. Each figure held a lantern, and the light glinted off the chains wrapped around their bodies. They moved slowly, almost like they were searching for something. The clinking of their chains echoed ominously through the stillness of the night. My pulse raced as fear gripped me. I felt like I was trapped in a nightmare, unable to wake up. Just then, one of the figures turned, and for a moment, our eyes locked. The mask hid its face, but I felt a chill run down my spine, as if it were staring directly into my soul. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I remained frozen, paralyzed by terror. The figures began to move again, continuing their slow march through the woods. As they faded into the distance, I finally found my voice. "We should get back to camp," I urged, my heart pounding in my ears. The others nodded, their faces pale, and we turned to make our way back. We stumbled through the darkness, adrenaline fueling our every step. As we broke through the trees and reached our campsite, relief washed over me. But that relief was short-lived. Our camp was in disarray. The tents were torn, and the fire had been doused. Panic gripped us again. What happened here? Jenna screamed when she spotted something on the ground. We rushed over, and my stomach dropped. There, scratched into the earth, were the words, "We will find you." The message was clear and chilling. We gathered what we could and raced to the car, each of us glancing over our shoulders as if expecting to see those figures emerge from the shadows. As we sped away, the forest receding behind us, I thought about the figures. They had looked so surreal, so dreamlike, yet the fear they inspired felt painfully real. I glanced back one last time, and for a split second, I thought I saw one of the masked figures standing at the edge of the trees, lantern glowing softly in the darkness, watching us leave. That image haunts me still, a terrifying reminder that some things in the woods are better left undisturbed. I never spoke of that night to anyone, afraid they might think I was losing my grip on reality. Sometimes, when I find myself alone at night, the memory of those chains clanking sends a chill through my bones, and I wonder if they ever really let us go. Camping has always been my favorite way to unwind. So, when a few friends and I decided to spend a weekend in the woods, I was thrilled. We found a secluded spot deep in the forest, far from the noise of civilization, and set up camp as the sun dipped below the horizon. The evening air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and the sound of crackling leaves beneath our feet. As night fell, we gathered around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing ghost stories that made us all shiver. As the stories got darker, a chill settled over the group. My friend Mia suggested we take a walk through the woods to embrace the eerie atmosphere. She grinned mischievously, claiming it would be fun to get scared together. I felt a surge of apprehension, but also excitement. So, we decided to go. We grabbed our flashlights and set off, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. The forest was alive with sounds, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of an owl, and our own laughter echoing between the trees. As we walked deeper into the woods, we started to hear something unusual. It was faint at first, a low clanking sound, like chains dragging across the ground. We paused, exchanging nervous glances, but brushed it off as part of the forest symphony. Then we saw the tiny lights flickering in the distance. At first, they looked like fireflies, but as we approached, the lights grew larger and more distinct. Panic set in as the clanking grew louder, and it felt like the air around us thickened with unease. We decided to hide behind a cluster of bushes, hearts racing and breathless. Peering through the leaves, we saw figures emerging from the trees, each holding a lantern. They were dressed in tattered clothing, their faces obscured by dark hoods. The chains wrapped around their bodies rattled as they moved, creating an unsettling rhythm that sent shivers down my spine. My mind raced with questions. Who were they? What did they want? The figures marched slowly past our hiding spot, their lanterns casting flickering shadows that danced eerily on the trees. I could barely breathe, my heart pounding in my chest. Just as I thought I might burst from the tension, one of the figures turned its head toward us. The hood shifted slightly, and for a moment, I thought I saw a flash of pale skin beneath the darkness. My body tensed, and I could hardly suppress a gasp. But instead of approaching us, they continued on their path, vanishing deeper into the woods. We stayed hidden for what felt like hours, terrified to move. When we finally mustered the courage to leave our hiding spot, we quickly made our way back to the campsite, the panic still coursing through our veins. The fire was still crackling, but the atmosphere had changed. It felt heavier, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. We gathered around the fire, whispering about what we had seen, trying to convince ourselves it was all just a trick of the mind. The night wore on, but none of us could sleep. Every rustle of leaves or snap of twigs made us jump. Finally, as dawn approached, we decided to pack up and leave. We wanted to get out of the woods as quickly as possible. As we gathered our things, we noticed something strange. The area around the fire pit was disturbed, as if something had been dragged through the dirt. My stomach sank as I knelt to examine it. Embedded in the ground were large footprints leading away from our camp, deep and unmistakable. Then, I spotted something glinting near the edge of the firelight. I reached down and pulled out a small, rusted key. Confusion washed over me. What was it doing there? As I turned it over in my hand, the light caught an engraving on the side, the same twisted symbol that had adorned the lanterns of those figures we saw in the woods. Suddenly, a loud crack sounded behind us. We whipped around to see a tree branch falling to the ground, and at that moment, we all felt a cold breeze that seemed to whisper through the trees. We didn't waste another second. With our hearts pounding, we raced to the car, adrenaline fueling our escape. I glanced back one last time at the woods, an unsettling feeling settling deep in my gut. What had we stumbled upon? We drove away, vowing never to return, but the key remained with me. I still wonder who those figures were and what they wanted. Sometimes, late at night, I hear the clanking of chains echoing in my mind, a reminder that some secrets of the woods are best left undiscovered. The camping trip started as a way to escape the chaos of city life. My friends and I set off into the wilderness, our spirits high and supplies packed. We found a secluded spot near a lake, surrounded by towering trees. As night fell, we gathered around the fire, laughter echoing through the woods. Yena had brought a deck of cards, and we played games until the stars blanketed the sky. Once the games faded into silence, Matt suggested a night hike. Yena looked hesitant, but was quickly swept up in the excitement. I had always loved the woods, so I was all in. As we made our way down a narrow path, the moonlight filtered through the trees, creating an ethereal glow. The air was crisp, and the sounds of nature surrounded us. But then we heard something, a faint rustling, that made me stop in my tracks. I brushed it off as the wind and continued walking, though an unsettling feeling settled in my stomach. We pressed on, deeper into the woods, but the sense of unease lingered. Just when I thought we'd enjoy a peaceful walk, a loud snap echoed in the stillness. It sounded like a branch breaking, but the sound was too close for comfort. Gina's eyes widened, and she whispered that we should go back. But before we could turn around, we caught sight of something moving in the distance. A figure was partially illuminated by the moonlight, standing still among the trees. It looked human, but was too far away to see clearly. My heart raced, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I took a step forward, compelled by a mixture of curiosity and fear. But the moment I did, the figure suddenly darted behind a tree. It was quick and too agile for comfort. My instincts screamed to get back to camp, but curiosity got the better of me. I urged my friends to follow, and we moved cautiously toward the area where we'd seen the figure dot. As we got closer, the air felt heavier, almost electric. I shone my flashlight around, but the woods seemed to swallow the light. The figure was gone. My friends exchanged nervous glances, and the laughter we shared earlier faded into a tense silence. Just then, I heard a faint whisper, a voice that sent chills up my spine. "Help me." We froze, hearts pounding, searching for the source of the voice. It sounded desperate and distant, echoing through the trees. Yena gripped my arm tightly, and we all turned in unison toward the sound, which seemed to draw us deeper into the woods. The whisper came again, louder this time, and it was unmistakably human. "Help me." Compelled by a mix of fear and concern, I led the group further into the darkness, following the voice that begged for help. As we walked, the whispering intensified, morphing into frantic cries. The air grew colder, and shadows danced menacingly around us. Suddenly, we reached a clearing. In the center stood a decrepit old cabin, the kind you only see in horror movies. Its windows were shattered, and the door hung ajar. The cries for help echoed from inside, now sounding almost pleading. I felt a shiver crawl up my spine, but I couldn't turn back. We had to see what was going on. We approached cautiously, the floorboards creaking under our feet as we stepped inside. The air was stale, and the smell of decay filled the space. The cries for help were now frantic, almost desperate. I felt a pull, as if something was urging me to go deeper into the cabin. My friends hung back, uncertainty etched on their faces. Then, as I turned to look into one of the dark rooms, the door slammed shut behind me. My heart raced, and I whirled around, panic rising. The cries turned into laughter, echoing around me. It was a sinister, mocking sound that sent waves of dread through my body. I pounded on the door, yelling for my friends. The door creaked open, and I stumbled back into the clearing, breathless. My friends stood there, eyes wide with fear. They hadn't heard any cries. They hadn't heard anything. The laughter faded, replaced by an eerie silence that blanketed the area. I felt my stomach drop as realization hit. We had followed a voice that wasn't there, led into a trap we could barely comprehend. We turned to run back to camp, hearts racing, adrenaline pumping. We didn't stop until we reached the lake. The moonlight illuminated our campsite, and the fire still flickered weakly. But when we arrived, we froze in horror. Our gear was scattered, the tent torn apart. In the center of the camp was a message carved into the ground with something dark and sticky. "Thanks for playing." Panic set in, and we grabbed what we could. We didn't speak, didn't look back. As we drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, my heart pounding. The last thing I saw was the cabin, standing silent and foreboding, the laughter echoing in my mind. We never spoke of that night again, but sometimes I still hear the whispers, drawing me back to the woods. I had always loved camping, the smell of pine trees and the sound of a crackling campfire. This time, I was with a few friends, excited to escape the city and enjoy the peace of nature. We hiked deep into the woods, setting up our tents in a secluded clearing surrounded by towering trees. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows that danced across the ground as we gathered around the fire. As night fell, we cooked hot dogs and shared stories, laughing as the stars twinkled overhead. Yena suggested we tell scary stories, which quickly turned into a competition to see who could come up with the creepiest tale. Each story was scarier than the last, but we were all still feeling brave and enjoying the thrill of it. That's when Matt had the brilliant idea to take a night hike. He insisted it would be fun and adventurous, and despite my unease, we all agreed. We grabbed our flashlights and started down the narrow path that led deeper into the woods. The beams of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees that seemed to close in around us. As we walked, the laughter faded and an unsettling silence took its place. The only sounds were the rustling leaves and the crunch of twigs underfoot. I felt a chill creeping down my spine, but I brushed it off as nerves. We were just being silly? Right. Suddenly, a loud noise shattered the stillness. It sounded like chains clanking together, echoing from somewhere deep in the woods. We froze, exchanging nervous glances. I could see the fear in Gina's eyes as she whispered that we should head back. But before we could turn around, we spotted something in the distance, a flickering light. It was moving, and with it came the unsettling sound of chains. We quickly ducked behind a tree, our hearts racing. The light got closer, revealing silhouettes of figures draped in dark clothing. They were carrying lanterns, their faces obscured by shadows. The clanking noise grew louder, and I felt my stomach drop. Who were they? Why were they out here? The figures stopped not far from us, standing in a huddle. They looked like they were chanting, their voices low and haunting. I couldn't make out the words, but there was something deeply unsettling about their tone. My hands trembled as I whispered to my friends that we should move away quietly. We slowly backed away, trying to remain as silent as possible. Just as we thought we were safe, one of the figures turned and pointed directly at us. I felt my breath catch in my throat. Their lantern light shone brightly, illuminating the space around us. It was like they could see us, even in the darkness. Panic surged through me, and I motioned for everyone to run. We took off down the path, the clanking of chains and chanting echoing behind us. We sprinted back to our campsite, our hearts pounding in our chests. We reached our tents, breathless and terrified. I glanced around, expecting to see the figures emerging from the shadows at any moment, but nothing came. We sat in a circle, trying to calm each other down, but the fear lingered like a thick fog. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, we reluctantly decided to pack up and leave. I still felt shaken by what we had seen, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The sun cast a warm glow over the clearing, but it did little to ease my nerves. When we reached the spot where we had pitched our tents, I stopped in my tracks. The fire pit was still warm, but everything else was a mess. Our gear was scattered around, and deep scratches marred the surface of the ground, forming strange patterns. I approached cautiously, my heart racing as I noticed something strange in the dirt. There were words etched into the ground, barely visible but unmistakable. "We will find you." My blood ran cold as the memories of the night flooded back. We quickly gathered our things, the unease creeping back into our minds. We didn't speak as we loaded the car, all too aware that we had intruded into something we didn't understand. As we drove away, I glanced back at the woods, knowing that something dark lurked within those trees. We never went back. The experience remained an unspoken agreement between us, a secret too terrifying to share. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the distant clanking of chains in my mind, a chilling reminder of what we encountered in those woods. I can't help but wonder if the figures are still searching for us, waiting patiently in the shadows for their chance to make their presence known once more. The sun was setting when we arrived at the camping site, a secluded spot deep in the woods. My friends and I were excited to escape the bustle of our daily lives. We set up our tents, built a fire, and cooked a simple meal while the forest slowly transformed into a dark, mysterious landscape. We shared stories around the flickering flames, laughing and feeling the bond of friendship strengthen with every passing hour. As night fell, the sounds of the forest grew louder. Crickets chirped, leaves rustled, and the occasional hoot of an owl echoed through the trees. Yena, always the adventurous one, suggested we explore the nearby trails. She claimed there were old ruins just a short walk away, remnants of an old homestead swallowed by nature. The idea excited us, so we grabbed our flashlights and set off into the darkness. The woods were thick, and the beam of our flashlights seemed to barely penetrate the shadows. We joked and laughed, but an unsettling feeling crept in as we ventured deeper. Every snap of a twig or rustle in the bushes made us pause. Yena teased us, saying we were just scared of the dark, but I could feel something was off. After about half an hour of walking, we came upon a clearing. In the center stood the remains of a dilapidated cabin. Its walls were rotting, and the windows were broken, like empty eyes staring into the night. The air grew still, and an uneasy tension settled over us. We exchanged glances, each of us silently questioning whether this was a good idea. Then, just as I was about to suggest we head back, we heard a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the ground. It was distant, but unmistakable. Panic washed over us. Yena, always bold, insisted we investigate. The others hesitated, but eventually, curiosity got the better of us, and we followed her deeper into the trees. As we moved cautiously, the growling grew louder, mixed with the sound of something heavy dragging along the forest floor. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. Suddenly, we spotted a flicker of light in the distance, moving erratically. It wasn't a flashlight, it was something else, something that didn't belong in the woods. We crouched behind a cluster of bushes, hearts pounding in our chests. From our hidden spot, we watched in horror as a figure emerged. It was a tall man, but he was dressed in tattered clothing, chains rattling around his ankles as he walked. His face was obscured by a grotesque mask made from twisted branches and leaves, and in his hand, he held a lantern that flickered ominously. As he passed, we held our breath, hoping he wouldn't notice us. But the man stopped abruptly, turning his head slightly as if sensing our presence. My stomach dropped, Yena gasped, and I shot her a warning look. We couldn't move, couldn't even breathe. The figure slowly raised his lantern, illuminating the area around him. It cast eerie shadows across the trees. My pulse raced as I thought we were about to be discovered. But instead, he turned and continued deeper into the woods, dragging something heavy behind him. I could barely breathe. Fear had paralyzed me. After a few agonizing moments, we decided we had to get out of there. We retraced our steps, moving quietly through the underbrush, desperate to return to the safety of our camp. The night felt suffocating, and every rustle of leaves sent adrenaline coursing through my veins. When we finally reached our campsite, it felt like we'd emerged from a nightmare, but the relief was short-lived. Our camp was in chaos. Tents were slashed, our gear scattered, and the fire was extinguished. A message was carved into the ground, eerily illuminated by the moonlight. You shouldn't have come here. My heart raced as I scanned the area. In the distance, I saw a flicker of lantern light again, this time closer. The realization hit me like ice water. The man was coming for us. We grabbed what we could and fled to our car, breathless with fear and disbelief. As we sped away, the adrenaline began to fade, and we couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. We drove for hours, not speaking, just processing the night's events. When we finally returned home, we promised never to return to those woods. But every Halloween, as the days grow shorter and the nights darker, I remember that night. Sometimes I hear faint chains clanking in my mind, and I can't help but wonder if that figure is still out there, waiting for the next group of campers to stumble into his domain. A group of us, close friends from college, had made the trek to a remote camping spot we'd heard about from a local guide. It was tucked deep into the forest, miles away from any roads, a place that felt almost untouched by civilization. The first night went by without incident. We set up camp, roasted marshmallows, and told ghost stories around the fire. The weather was cool, the sky clear, and the sounds of the forest were oddly calming. The air smelled fresh, the kind of wilderness aroma you can only experience when you're far from human habitation. After a while, we retired to our tents, falling asleep to the rustling of leaves in the trees. But the second night felt different. Something about the woods seemed off. I woke up in the middle of the night, disoriented, my heart thumping loudly in my chest. At first, I thought it was just a bad dream, but then I realized that I wasn't alone. I heard footsteps, light but deliberate, moving just outside the tent. I froze, holding my breath, trying to make sense of the sound. My friend Jake was beside me, still asleep. I couldn't wake him. I didn't want to scare him, and I was too terrified to move. The footsteps stopped, and the night fell silent again, but my unease didn't subside. Something was out there, something moving in the darkness, watching us. I lay still, counting the seconds, trying to convince myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or some other creature, passing by. But then, I heard it, a low whisper. It came from just beyond the tent, too soft to make out the words, but unmistakable in its intent. The whispering voice sounded like it was calling my name. I was certain of it. I waited until the whisper faded before slowly unzipping the tent. I peered outside, scanning the area, but the campfire had long since gone out, and the woods were bathed in darkness. There was no movement, no sound, just the eerie quiet of the forest at night. But something caught my eye, something that made my stomach twist in knots. Near the edge of the camp, just outside the light's reach, I saw a figure standing motionless, its back to me. It was tall and thin, with ragged clothes that looked like they'd been worn for years. I couldn't make out any features, just the silhouette of a person. They weren't moving, they weren't even breathing. It was as though they were waiting for something, or someone. I had to act. I grabbed Jake and shook him awake, whispering frantically for him to stay quiet. We weren't alone. But when we both looked back toward the figure, it was gone. I don't know how long we stood there, but when we dared to move, it felt like every sound in the forest was amplified. The crackling of leaves underfoot, the rustle of branches swaying in the wind, it all felt like a threat. We decided to wake the others. No one argued when we suggested packing up and leaving. As we gathered our things, the whispers returned, faint but insistent. They seemed to follow us, circling our camp, getting louder with every step we took toward the wood's edge. It wasn't just one voice anymore. There were multiple voices, all murmuring in low tones, just out of reach. The hike back to the car was unnerving, each rustle in the trees making us jump. But it wasn't until we reached the clearing near the trail head that we felt the true weight of the situation. There, in the moonlight, stood a line of figures, tall, thin, all wearing the same tattered clothes. They were more than we had seen before. They were standing perfectly still, as though they had been waiting for us the entire time. I froze in place, my heart pounding in my ears, but I didn't want to look away. I could feel their eyes on us, even though I couldn't see their faces. It was like they were staring right into our souls. Then, as if on cue, they all turned their heads in unison, and at that exact moment, we heard the most chilling sound, a child's laughter, clear and high-pitched, echoing from the woods, and that's when we understood. Those figures, those voices, they weren't human. They were something else, something that had been waiting for us, something that fed off our fear. The child's laughter wasn't just eerie, it was mocking. It was as if they were toying with us, waiting to see how long it would take for us to realize that we were never supposed to leave the woods. We ran. We didn't look back, and when we reached the car, I thought it was over. But when I glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A pair of eyes staring at me from the back seat, reflecting in the darkened glass. They were the eyes of a child. That was the last time I ever set foot in those woods. And I know now that some things are better left unexplored. Because in those forests, the trees aren't the only thing that watches you.